is we quite often talk about the whole idea of the first thing that existed in the universe as carries on in that karakia and that whakapapa was moisture. And that allowed for every living thing and every non-living thing to exist. But before that, nā te pō ko te ao, tana ko te ao marama. When that light that allowed for knowledge to come into existence, come into the world, then everything started. So no mai haere mai tauti mai ki te ao marama. Welcome to that place where the light shines on and allows knowledge to exist. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Kia ora, good morning everyone. My name is Wayne McIntosh. I am the UNESCO Chair for Open Educational Resources here at Otago Polytechnic. And I also direct the Open Education Resource Foundation, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all on joining us in thinking about more sustainable futures here at Otago Polytechnic. So first off, I do want to thank you for your generous gift of time and knowledge to help us shape more sustainable futures in education here in New Zealand. So let me start off with the most important priorities first, which of course is the housekeeping. If we need to evacuate the buildings for whatever reason, if you're in this room, we recommend that you go out through those doors and then through the entrance that you came through and congregate in the parking lot across the way here. If you're in that room, there is a fire exit door on that side. That is where you should exit. If you can't use that door, there is a way through to the parking lot on that side. The washroom facilities are on the left and right of the entrance where you came in. What I should also mention is we are a sustainable campus here at Otago Polytechnic, as you well know. And we've decided to use fabric lanyards made from recyclable linen. And if you could please, when you leave the symposium tomorrow, return the lanyards so that we can use them. I should also mention that the card has also been printed from a recyclable card. So thank you for that. I think those are up. There's one more aspect that you need to be aware of. The streaming and the camera there has got a live microphone which will be running the whole day. So everything that you do say in close proximity to the camera will be attributed to your digital history. So just that you are aware of that.
And that room as well.
And the other room as well. So now that we've worked through the most important part of the day.
Wayne, I wonder if you could talk about how to connect to Wi-Fi here.
Oh yes, there is Wi-Fi access, I believe, on OP Guest that you should be able to access without a password. The other tradition which is very important here at New Zealand, particularly for at Otago Polytechnic, for any of our outside visitors, before any of our tea breaks or meals, please wait for our karakia, where we bless the food before we partake in the meal. Right. So a couple of opening words from my desk. I'd like to start with a statement of fact. There is no form of educational delivery more cost-effective, more scalable, or more sustainable than open education. Let's begin with a little context. Open education is founded on the principle that higher education is a public good. Here's the definition which UNESCO uses for open educational resources. They are teaching and learning materials in any medium, right, that have been released under an open license that permits no-cost access, use, adaptation, and redistribution by others with no or limited restrictions. So this is what the conversation is all about over these next 2 days: the use of open educational resources and the open educational practices that support them. We are very excited by the adoption of the 193 member states of the UNESCO recommendation on OER last week at the General Conference of UNESCO. There are 4 key areas of action for the UNESCO OER recommendation: building capacity to find, reuse, create and share OER, developing support policy, of course inclusive and equitable access to quality OER, nurturing sustainable models for OER, and of course to facilitate international collaboration, both bilateral and multilateral collaboration. In UNESCO parlance, this recommendation is what they call a normative instrument. And what that means is our New Zealand government has monitoring obligations under the recommendation for OER. So as you'll appreciate, for those of us that have been working in OER, we are very excited by this recommendation. History is important. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but on the 17th of August in 2007, Otago Polytechnic adopted an open Creative Commons attribution licensing policy, thereby becoming the first tertiary education institution in the world to adopt an open licensing policy. The following year, around May, Otago Polytechnic became the first New Zealand signatory of the Cape Town Open Education Declaration. You'll see a young and sprightly Phil Kerr, and I also must acknowledge the work of Lee Blackwell, who did a lot of work in moving this recommendation forward. Those 2 things were instrumental in locating the OER Foundation here in Dunedin. The OER Foundation is a non-profit entity that is headquartered out of Otago Polytechnic. We formally launched the OER Foundation on the 17th of September in 2009, and you'll see Robin Day, our first chair, signing the Cape Town Open Education Declaration. The significance of the 17th of December is that it was close to the Free Software Day of 2009. Those of you who are good at numbers will realize that this year we are celebrating our 10th anniversary. And I think it is appropriate that we should be hosting the first national seminar on open education in New Zealand aligned with our 10th anniversary. Our flagship initiative is the OER Universitas, or OERU for short. The key challenge we are trying to address: we know that conservatively estimated there are 100 million learners who are qualified for seats in tertiary education, and over the next 2 decades will not have the privilege of a tertiary education, either because of lack of funding or lack of provision in their home countries. But what if publicly funded education institutions were to assemble just 2 courses based on open educational resources? And if those institutions agreed to provide assessment-only services, we can potentially make a difference. That is what the OERU is about. We assemble open online courses designed for independent study, based entirely on open educational resources. Because they are based on OER, This means learners can study for free. If and when a learner is ready for assessment, they can approach one of the OERU partners for an assessment-only service, which across the network, by and large, is essentially just cost recovery. The rates at which assessment are priced around the world is roughly about 20% of the cost of full tuition. So that is a significant saving. Of course, we would be in a far better position if government offered public money support to fund those assessment services, but we are not in that space yet. This video provides a brief overview of the student perspective. Ray? Is Ray around? We don't have audio.
Rated.
We'll just give this a minute or so. If it doesn't work, we'll move on. Not yet.
Your speaker thing is muted on there, so your laptop might just be.
It's not playing from here. Yeah, yeah.
Still might not be feeding.
Yeah, yeah.
Means you won't need to buy textbooks.
Okay.
Subjects are designed for independent.
Let me do it like this. Right, take two. That's not what we want.
Oh yeah. OERU provides world-class education to everyone, no matter where they live or their background. OERU provides free online courses and affordable ways to gain academic credits towards qualifications from recognised institutions. Are you new to higher education or just interested in learning more about a topic? Study online for free from anywhere in the world. Choose from a range of high-quality complete courses and only pay for assessment if and when you're ready for it. OERU courses are designed with you in mind, with flexible ways to study. All our courses are taught online for web and mobile delivery. Content is based on free open source resources, which means you won't need to buy textbooks. Subjects are designed for independent study, and you get peer support from the OERU learning community. Find an OERU course that interests you. Get open access to online resources with no obligation or course fees. Study independently or learn with your peers. Only pay an assessment fee if you're ready for it. Submit your assignments for the opportunity to gain credits from the OERU partner organisation. If you're working towards a formal qualification, then OERU courses can help you get there. Visit oeru.org today.
There we go. And you'll see that is the Otago Polytechnic branded version of the video, and the course that was actually featured in the video was this course here, developed and assembled by Otago Polytechnic, Learning in a Digital Age. Some people question quality of open educational resources. This course was awarded the Commonwealth of Learning Award of Excellence for Distance Education Materials. The quality is just fine. All OERU courses are assembled as micro courses. So you'll see there, the Learning in a Digital Age course consists of 4 individual micro courses. Obviously, when you have micro courses, this opens up opportunities for micro credentialing. And we have partnered with EduBits here at Otago Polytechnic to offer assessment services for each of the OERU micro courses, which translates into transfer credit recognized towards qualifications in the US, United Kingdom, Canada, and New Zealand. The OERU succeeded in building a transnational micro-credentialing model that we are implementing based entirely on OER. So, for example, Otago Polytechnic's Introduction to Project Management consists of those 4 micro-courses. Learners, if they want, can take EduBit assessments for each one of the micro-courses. If they succeed in achieving the 4 micro-credentials associated with Introduction to Project Management, Otago Polytechnic will issue transcript credit for Introduction to Project Management at the University of the Highlands and Islands for the Certificate of Higher Education Business. So that's how the model works. A couple of questions for us to think about today. I think in the current landscape, we are grappling with 2 very significant strategic challenges. Will we continue with non-sustainable proprietary education materials that have been funded by taxpayer dollars? Or are we going to shift to more sustainable models where we release our educational materials for the benefit of our citizens? The other strategic challenge, particularly in the Rove context, is will we continue to work independently as independent institutions? Or are we going to shift to more collaborative models where we work together for the benefit of the learners we are serving? And I hope that over the course of these 2 days, we can begin to think about some of these strategic challenges. Elizabeth Warren says that if you don't have a seat at the table, you are probably on the menu. All the institutions that are not with us here today are on the menu. We are the new competition. We are the folk that are going to be building sustainable education futures. Now, my last slide is in jest, right? Hashtag humor. The previous Pope, Pope Benedict, was very critical of rich countries' excessive zeal for protecting knowledge through unduly rigid assertion of the right to intellectual property. Now with the UNESCO recommendation, we have both God and governments on our side. I thank you for your kind attention. So the symposium will be held over 2 days, and we'll be hearing a number of presentations from a number of folk who have been engaged in open education practices in one way or another. I'm also very excited that we have Mandy Henk, who is going to get the poker game, release some poker game going here in Dunedin. And Mandy, thank you for coming along to share your knowledge with us freely. The second day of the symposium, we are convening a planning sprint, where we will collectively as a group develop the first draft of an action plan for New Zealand around open education practices. The plan will be developed transparently and openly for any educator, any institution, any individual interested in shaping these futures to be able to participate in that collective planning. So this is an important event. It's an historical event. We are building new futures for open education in New Zealand. So I'm going to leave it there, and possibly I can take just 1 or 2 questions before I introduce our first keynote speaker. Any questions? Una.
Wayne, thank you for your welcome and introduction and giving us such a fantastic overview of the work that's been done so far. You mentioned the recommendation, which is absolutely crucial for us. What's our commentary from the government? Have we had anything official back from the New Zealand government on this obligation?
Right. So just for the benefit of the audience, I'm just going to repeat the gist of the question. Una has asked, have we had any response from government yet regarding the UNESCO OER recommendation? To date, not yet. To be fair, the recommendation was only published a few days ago, well, last week in fact, and I think it's going to take a little time to work through the systems. However, that said, we are in close consultation with the New Zealand National Commission for UNESCO, who were present at the meeting, and we'll be continuing that discussion to be able to plan the New Zealand response. In my experience working in open education for the last decade or two, I've found that practice-led initiatives tend to be more effective than policy ones. I believe that if we can present government with a sustainable solution in terms of moving forward in implementing the OER recommendation, we are likely to be quite successful. And it is a wonderful opportunity for New Zealand to be able to regain its leadership position in open education around the world.
Thank you.
Right. I could take one more question. If not, I can begin the introduction. Ray, do we have David online? Kia ora, David, can you hear me? Is there? I'm just thinking the audio back. Anyway, while we're waiting, I was hoping that David would hear my introduction. But David Porter is Chief Executive Officer of eCampus Ontario in Canada. You can go and read David's full CV in the program. I had the privilege of first meeting David back in 2006 when I was still with the Commonwealth of Learning, and we were doing some project management planning for the implementation of this University of the Small States for the Commonwealth. At that time, David Porter was Chief Executive of BC Campus, and already BC Campus in Canada had a provincial initiative sharing educational resources. David is a good friend of Open, and he is leading the work of spreading open education practices in Ontario. I have to say with some embarrassment, Canada is somewhat ahead of us here in New Zealand when it comes to open education. And so I'm very pleased that we have David Porter, who's beaming in from Toronto, to share his experiences with us. And without further ado, I'd like to hand over to David, and let's see if the audio issues have been sorted. We're good to go? We're not getting audio. We'll wait patiently. This is always interesting. Never trust technology, right? The testing all worked well yesterday. The problem is I'm not going to be much help because I don't use proprietary systems, so I'm not going to be able to direct them.
Yeah, how's that? Is the volume okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hey, thanks, David. I've done your introduction. Sorry for the delay. The floor is yours.
Are we all set?
Yeah.
Take it from the start? Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's David Porter coming to you from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and it's my pleasure to be with you here this morning as part of the launch of your open education initiatives in New Zealand. One of the things I wanted to talk about is the sort of principles that underlie open education and why it grabs people so effectively at their point of teaching practice. For many of us, we work with students in various disciplines all the time, and the work that we do is important to our students, and the access to resources and knowledge and learning that they get are really the things that drive us forward. A big part of what the open education movement is trying to do is provide better access to all kinds of learning for learners across the globe, and to increase access to education by lowering costs for students and in removing barriers to the kinds of resources they might use to get an education. And at the same time, provide a level of empowerment for faculty to have more control over their instructional resources, how they're configured, and how they match up with the needs of their learners. A lot of this started for me when I worked in British Columbia, Canada, about 10 years ago, and at that time, we were considering how best to enable open education in our institutions, and we were fortunate that a group of educators at our largest university, the University of British Columbia, decided that they would adopt an open textbook to teach first-year physics for their students, a very costly textbook in a very difficult subject area. And they began to see the same or better results from a free resource that every student could have. The following year, the math department decided that we can do better. And in that year, they saved students $1 million in first-year textbooks for mathematics alone. Since then, that movement at the University of British Columbia has evolved to the point where nearly every math textbook at the university is It's available online for free. This is a major move by one of Canada's leading research universities, whose faculty and instructors decided they would take a chance on open resources initially, but soon discovered they were equal to or better than the resources that their students had been paying hundreds of dollars for access. And so it was easy to move outwards from there into other subject discipline areas at the University of British Columbia, and now they incent practice by their faculty by offering large grants on an annual basis for faculty to contribute to instructional materials. Not only have they done that, but they have also made the development of open resources part of the tenure submission process for faculty at the University of British Columbia, a landmark move by a large, world-ranked research university. Some other colleagues in a smaller university in that same environment believed they could do the same thing by bringing zero cost to programs in specific areas in their arts and humanities faculty. And this year they announced that they would launch the first zero textbook cost degree in North America for students studying in this Bachelor of Arts and General Studies degree. There would be no resource costs at all. You can imagine even just the marketing implications of that for bringing students to that university and the innovation it creates among faculty to find, build, and enhance resources that really captivate their students. It's one thing to actually take these ideas forward. It's another at a system level where I work to build supporting structures to help build further paths for open practice. And here in Ontario, where we have almost 1 million students in higher education at any time, we've had to be very practical in the supports we build for faculty and instructors. And the way we approach this activity is to come to the work with a set of assumptions. That what we're trying to do is grant freedoms instead of imposing restrictions. That the belief that sharing is fundamental to teaching, and the notion that collaboration is a good thing. Out of many hands, make less work, and working with colleagues and peers builds a powerful community. The other part of the structure is the notion of working with copyright in a creative way so that works that authors create can be made more accessible under particular conditions to others. And that's where the Creative Commons licensing framework that underpins all open education comes into play. The notion that there is another way of thinking about permission that is simple, standardized, and grants permissions to use creative works in very open and useful ways. And the notion of some rights reserved is now a universal part of thinking in higher education, certainly in my province of Ontario and across Canada. And it's beginning to permeate the globe. People are starting to understand this concept very well. The definition that I choose to promote is a definition that the Scholarly Publishing and Academic Resources Coalition used, not only because it is easy to understand, but because it's broad in its scope. It's not just the resources we use, but the tools and the practices that can be fully used, shared, adapted in a digital environment. It has a lot of scope to it, and it's a very clear definition. Resources are one thing, but also infrastructure and human networks are needed to roll out these ideas broadly across an institutional system, a province, or a country. One of the things that we found most helpful to our institutions is to build a library, a single point of presence that supports our educators to find instructional resources that would be useful to them in their teaching. And it's not a surprise that most digital libraries that house open resources share common attributes and common resources. What's different is the opportunity to localize them for a particular cultural or a particular subject discipline to make more sense in your community. Our open library is free to use for anyone in the public in Canada. It has no login. It is simply a website where you can find materials, find resources to create new materials where there are none, or clone and customize existing resources in the library to make your version that fits your class. And you'll notice down in the right-hand corner here that we had an initial investment from government of $1 million to bootstrap this initiative 3 years ago. And as of today, and these stats come right off our website from a live ticker today, we're up to $7.4 million, almost $7.5 million in savings to students through replacing a paid-for textbook with a free and open resource. And that will continue to grow over time. The complementary part of that is an open publishing platform, an open source software system that allows our educators to find open resources and customize them to better suit their needs. Redo the table of contents, select only the sections you normally teach, combine multiple textbooks into one that better suit your students' needs. Those are the kinds of activities that our instructors and faculty take part in quite often with us. And what they produce are books that look like this, that are paper covered, good type, fully illustrated, and are available at no cost electronically, digitally, or at very low cost print on demand, which one of our universities, our print on demand partner, produces for us and ships directly to students' homes. So no more lining up at bookstores, no more races to get the edition you need. Everything is up to date all the time. One of the things that we found is that when you begin to build the infrastructure and the resources, and then supplement that with a network of professionals, it fuels a collegial approach to exploring even more interesting emergent practices, what people are calling open pedagogy or open practice. Because what teachers actually need are beyond textbooks. They're looking for project files, and interesting learning activities, and alternative assessment formats, and homework help for their students, and illustrations and PowerPoint decks that really help to reduce their workload while allowing them to explore new ways of teaching and learning. And one of the most successful processes we've used to do that is what we call an open resource sprint, to get faculty, instructors, instructional designers, illustrators in a room together for 2 or 3 days to rough out an open textbook that can be finished over a shorter period of time than one person taking it on as a year or year and a half long project. Typically, we can blast through these kinds of resources within a few weeks and have them updated or customized to suit a local need very quickly. This is an example from British Columbia of a geography textbook that was collaboratively built. These are nursing instructors here in Ontario who saw that there were gaps in the current curriculum dealing with things like health and nutrition, self-awareness, vaccination and immunization, and there were no really good modern resources they could find to use, so they decided to create their own. So in this room, we have nursing instructors, medical illustrators, graphic artists, instructional designers, working together on a sprint to build something new. And in some of these sprint processes, other things happen. It's like the space program, you know, you were actually trying to get that person to the moon, but you had to invent sort of very lightweight packaged foods along the way, and other kinds of resources that would be useful in that situation. This is from a textbook sprint where they started with a textbook and built a seminar handbook for teaching assistants to use when doing seminars with students. And out of that came this wonderful visual course syllabus that they created to show how much of a course was written, how much of it was exam, how much of it was video, how much of it was lectures and other assignments. And that has spawned a lot of thinking in this province about building visual and video-based syllabi for courses that can be openly shared and for others to use and build upon. Interesting ideas that would not have happened except in that group environment where ideas get bounced among peers. Another useful piece of work that's done here are what are called test bank sprints. 2 days, 17 psychology faculty, 6 institutions, 850 questions. Many of our institutions depend on publisher-based test banks, and they found that they weren't always the quality they needed, so they decided to begin to build their own. And so they've begun to build test bank sprints to share these resources among institutions that allow them to use them for formative testing and other uses, including exams, if that's what they choose to do. This is Robin DeRosa, who's a colleague of ours in the United States, and she decided to take a completely different approach, and that was to co-create an anthology of early American literature with her students. She had been on an annual basis being assigning a publisher-produced anthology of American literature, but she realized all of the literature was so old it was already in the public domain. So her idea was to produce on an annual basis an updated anthology where the students took an active role in writing histories of the period, biographies of the author, annotations in the text, things of that sort to make the text come alive. And she's written about her journey to do this on her blog called My Open Textbook, Pedagogy and Practice. And that is a whole autoethnography of how I changed my teaching practice because I thought about bringing it into the open. Excellent resource. Another sort of poster child for this way of thinking comes from the University of British Columbia, a soil science professor who decided from the beginning of her appointment at UBC that she was going to link her research with her teaching and put it all into the open. And so she built a database of Canadian soil orders and lots of soil-based information, created an open source data collection app called SoilX, all done with grant funds for research, and related it to her teaching. So she used her research to fuel her teaching with students and brought her students into that process as researchers using the SoilX app and as illustrators and photographers to flesh out the website. It's a fantastic way of thinking about linking research with teaching. She's won research and teaching awards for that work. The big idea that drives us in Ontario currently is the notion of a collaborative open education community across our province, our country, in fact across the planet. Like New Zealand, our folks are very outdoors and oriented, and so this idea of camping and collaborating and being together with others is part of the community spirit, the ethic that kind of permeates Ontario teachers. So it was very easy for us to ramp up a faculty-based training program that allowed faculty to understand all of the ideas associated with open, hearing from leading professionals of the practice, bringing them together to have active conversations with their peers, and building out a network, what we call open rangers, across the province of Ontario, groups that exist on every faculty, on every campus, who are librarians, instructional developers, teachers, who are working on ways to grow and sustain that thinking in their own local environment. One of the that is to actively and intentionally design a professional learning program for instructors, which we've done. And some of our universities are using it as part of the onboarding process for new faculty. And it's based on a piece of research that was done by Simon Bates at the University of British Columbia in 2014. And we call it the anatomy of an empowered educator. 6 attributes that we believe are important to be successful teachers in a 21st century environment in which digital will play a role somewhere in your course or your program. And it's better to be a master of that digital environment than have it foisted upon you externally. This is all about self-directedness and empowerment and understanding the attributes of teaching for learning, scholarship associated with teaching, collaboration, curation, experimentation, and the use of technology to support the goals and outcomes you want to have for your students. It's a badged program in which instructors earn these badges through active learning and demonstrations of competence. It happens online, it happens face-to-face, it happens in hybrid environments across our province. We just trained 200 teachers at a recent event using the experimenter module, and they're all feverishly trying to earn their badge so that they'll have the first in the set, and then the capstone is the Empowered Educator badge. The other part of the field that we've tried to help build is fellowship around scholarship and academic pursuits. And so we have been active in pursuing open education fellows on an annual basis, and we're on our second set. And here are the 2018-19 fellows. They come from disciplines as different as language training, computer science, and nursing. They're from all kinds of disciplines, and they believe that there's an open way in which they can better design and evaluate their teaching and empower their students. And it's been very heartening to see their work, their conference presentations, and their academic papers reflect this way of thinking. And finally, in wrapping up, in 2019, one of the things we've learned is that practice drives policy. It's not the other way around. Waiting for a policy about open practice in your institution will have you waiting for a long time. The issue is the doing is what drives the policy. That's exactly what happened at the University of British Columbia with its tenure policy for faculty and using open education as one of the portfolio attributes that they could choose to use. They found that so many faculty on their campus were using open education resources and open practices that they needed to enable it and recognize it through policy. And it was the practice that came first. 2 recent publications that I draw your attention to. One from the Commonwealth of Learning in Vancouver, Guidelines on the Development of Open Educational Resource Policies. This was published just 2 months ago. It is a very good, comprehensive document that takes a kind of a global perspective on open education policy. And one written by our open fellows here in Ontario, Dr. James Skidmore from the University of Waterloo, Humanities Department, The Place for Policy in Supporting Faculty and Their Practices in Our Colleges and Universities. Really important to understand that faculty perspective, and James captured it very well, March 2019. And finally, the big ask. What open is really about is about social good, combined with innovative, shared designs for learning and teaching. And the output of that process is high-value community resources and practices. If you're part of the public education system, I would say there is no higher calling than providing high-value community resources and practices to all of your citizens, and open is a great way to get there. Thank you, and I really appreciate the opportunity to kick off your Open Education Conference this morning. Thanks very much.
Right, for the benefit of the audience, I'm not sure if David's going to hear me. We have an interesting audio setup and microphones and the rest. But we will open the floor for a few questions. And while you're thinking, I might just ask David one question. His Empowered Educator initiative, the training materials, I assume they're openly licensed. Is that something that New Zealand could adopt locally?
It's called the Extend program. It's about extending practice, and it's completely open.
Thanks very much, David. So I'm hoping there are colleagues here in this space who would be keen to explore those resources and their potential for adoption here locally, and a customization, of course. So any questions from the floor for David? David, your leadership in open education has blown this audience away. Richard.
You'll repeat this, yeah? Hi David, thanks for your talk. I'm interested in the notion that things are ground up, and in fact I'm giving a talk later today on textbook sprint that was done here. My question is really, so has that now shifted so that there is clear direction coming from the top as well? So it started off as ground up initiatives, but has that now shifted around so that it's coming from institutions or provinces or government? Where is it at now at that level?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So here's what happened. We were funded by government to initiate the process of open education in the province of Ontario, and received funding over a 3-year period to do so. And in June 2019, government said, we are no longer going to fund the development of open resources, but we're going to fund you to continue to provide the infrastructure and training, because we'd like to see this move out naturally to the institutions themselves. And when we had meetings with our deans of business across the province and deans of health and told them that this was what was going to happen, no one blinked an eye. They were already thinking that was a good idea. We need to localize it within our own communities to be able to sustain it over time, and they get it. And from our perspective, even though we were hoping government would continue to fund us longer to build the process even more robustly, the fact that they stopped funding development has not stopped the development process. It continues, and it continues because we have good infrastructure, good communities of practice on our campuses, and a supporting set of tools that are freely available for everyone to use.
I'll take one more question and then we can move on. I think there was a question. Claire.
Hi David, you mentioned the Open Ranges initiative. Could you tell us a bit more about that? I think it's something that could be introduced in New Zealand.
Yeah, the Open Rangers initiative was something we jointly put together with Creative Commons here in Ontario. When I first arrived, we decided that if the expertise about open was unevenly spread across our institutions, so we thought we would bring focus to a person or a couple of people, a buddy or two on each campus, and we ran invitation only, or not invitation only, free conferences where people self-selected to come, and we gave them print resources, posters, things to give away that would be useful on campuses, little postcards explaining concepts, finding out where to find things. And those open rangers have actually spun open education sort of communities on those campuses and committees that often are very closely linked to the libraries or the teaching and learning centers on the campuses. So we were very proactive and intentional in building community of practice, and so we provided perks for them to participate in training programs, but also other kinds of resources they could use to take back. And on an annual basis during open education, we grant them $1,500 to run open events on their campuses. Could be anything from food to get people to come together, scavenger hunts, information sessions, book signings of open textbooks, all kinds of things like that. It's been highly successful.
Thank you very much, David.
We even gave them ball caps with a logo on it that says Open Ranger.
There we go. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if David is picking up my audio, but a huge, big thank you, David, again for your generosity in sharing. The leadership around open education in Ontario is inspiring, and I really hope that we in New Zealand can build on practice-led initiatives which will hopefully drive better policy for open here in New Zealand. So David, from all of us, a big, big thank you, and it was wonderful having you here in New Zealand again, albeit virtually.
Thanks, Wayne. My pleasure. The slides will be available to everyone. Take care. Have a good conference.
See you later. Thank you. All right, it now gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Associate Professor Cheryl Brown, who's from the e-learning, Associate Professor of e-learning in the School of Education Studies and Leadership at the University of Canterbury. I encourage you to read her full bio in the program. Cheryl hails from Cape Town, the city where the Cape Town Open Declaration was signed. And you'll obviously detect from my delightful Kiwi accent that we're from a similar part of the world. It's interesting, even though we've collaborated online over many, many years, this morning is the first time I've actually met Cheryl face to face. So I'm very pleased to welcome you here to Dunedin. Cheryl is going to talk about the research study that we've conducted around affordability of textbooks in New Zealand. But I want to acknowledge those courageous colleagues at Otago University who have modeled open science. The study which we were able to use was originally developed by Sarah Staines, Simon Hart, Philippa Keeney, and Richard White. And of course, the survey Modeling Open was released on an open license, which gave us the ability to implement the survey for our studies. So we want to acknowledge your great gift enabling us to move forward. And Cheryl, welcome to the stage.
Now, can I just ask before I start, do I have to stand here? Can I move?
You can move.
I can move. So the video, if I go down?
Yeah, that would pick you up.
That would pick me up.
That's okay.
Okay.
Is this a wireless mic?
It is, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. I just find it a bit, it's fun to stand up on the stage, but okay, right, just go back. Right, okay. Ko Table Mountain Tamaonga, no Lisbek Tau. No Harana Akutipoana, ko Whirika, ki te tonga au. No rangai ako metahora ke o te tahu a he noko anu ko Cheryl Brown tako ingoa. No rera, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So thank you. I do try and practice my pipihau whenever I can, but as Wayne introduced me, I'm originally South African and I'm now living in Christchurch. So thank you for bringing me here. Just before we start, Wayne did a lovely job of acknowledging our colleagues at the University of Otago, who I haven't met yet, but are going to be speaking right after this, and I think their open textbook study being done at one institution will give you a really good, more in-depth feel, more nuanced feel for how students in one particular institution are experiencing open textbooks. I would like to say thank you to our research assistants from the University of Canterbury, Janie and Mansa, who were integral in trying to get the support for students across New Zealand to complete our survey and have really assisted with analysing the data and working on the project. They probably are much more sort of familiar with the nuances of things, so it's been great to work with them. So thank you, Janie and Mansa. Oh, anyway, that's very odd there. So really I wanted to start by just thinking about what open textbooks are, what textbooks are. So David did a very nice introduction of a whole lot of open textbook projects. And when we say textbooks, what do you think about? Do you think about something digital, or do you think about that big fat thing that you carry around with you in a backpack and that sits on your office table and that sort of thing? And how does a textbook, that kind of traditional way of thinking about a textbook, fit into the knowledge, to the context of open and open educational practices? So Wayne's provided us with a good example of what open educational practices are and what open education is, but I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that. So, I think of a textbook, I do think of that very big, heavy thing, but we know there are things like digital textbooks. And in this context, where our world, our virtual and our physical worlds are blurring for us as individuals and for us in education, the print and the electronic, it's not as easy as that. It's not easy as one thing. We know that a lot of publishers are producing textbooks and they've all got websites, and we know that when you go online, people refer you to things that you can only get in the library that are sort of in hard copy. So the concept of a textbook is changing. And I think the concept of open is changing as well. There's been a lot in the sort of open education industry recently that's been challenging what we believe to be open in our open educational communities. Recently, at a very biggest, well-established conference in the US, there was a lot of discussion about what does open mean? What are the values that we hold true as individuals about open? And we can talk about access and equity, but it's much more than just allowing access to something. It's actually become very much embedded in our principles of social justice and ideas of how we go about doing the open stuff. And the thing that's interesting about open is, I like this image because it's a sort of a half-open door. Open can be, all of us can get through a crack. We can all do a little bit of open, but do we all have to do it completely open? Do we all have to be 100% open? Can we ever be 100% open? And as a community, how do we feel about each other, and how supportive are we of each other in our various endeavours to be open in different kinds of ways? So I think those are important things to raise, because I think when we're thinking about open textbooks, it's really, and when we're thinking about some of the examples that David mentioned, it's about, what are the little bits that we are doing towards it? We don't all have to be perfect and do everything completely open all the time. It's always good to start somewhere. So this, I think David and Wayne have provided a very good background to why we even need to think about open textbooks at all. We know the cost is exorbitant. Certainly in the US and the UK, costs have been reported to be exorbitant, and there's an awful lot in the media if you go and search open textbooks about the burden this is for students in terms of money. Okay, so cost is an issue, we know that. When Sarah and Simon and colleagues did their research at Otago, they certainly found that a large portion of first years were spending quite a lot on textbooks annually. At that stage, it wasn't a make or break for students. It wasn't that they stopped them studying and learning what they were doing. But certainly students are looking for alternatives. Okay. So this study is interesting. It's a couple of years later, and we're just going to present on the findings of this particular survey that we did. So we based it on the survey from Otago, which is great, and isn't that lovely? We've got a set instrument and we can compare it. So we're still just finishing up our analysis, so we haven't got to the comparison, but generally, I think overall the picture hasn't changed, but because we surveyed students across New Zealand, we've got some interesting nuances which we picked up on. So this is just to give you a little bit of background. I mean, particularly with mostly university students. I mean, our method of sampling was to go through the Student Union Facebook pages, call up librarians. Gosh, librarians are always such wonderful support in getting things out there and asking anybody to help us with our research, social media, posters, all sorts of things. We mostly got university students, mostly English-speaking Pakeha from New Zealand. So that gives you a little bit, and mostly young-ish, under 25. Well, you know, when you get to our age, anything under seems young. So if we start with what the state of play is, so actually across New Zealand, students are prescribed textbooks. The majority of students are told there is a prescribed textbook for the course. Okay. And they're not terribly cheap, they're not as expensive as they are in the US, they're mostly expensive in the sciences. So I think we know these things. The more applied disciplines, science, engineering, they're pretty costly. First years we didn't drill down into the year levels in our study yet, but in the younger years where students are required to buy more foundational textbooks, they're generally quite expensive. But overall, we're looking at students spending about 180 to 350 on average a year. So this was across all the years. So we're going to go, okay, so I mean, for us, that doesn't seem like such a deal breaker in terms of money. But 82% of students are required to buy textbooks, and who's buying them? Almost nobody. Okay. So if we had a look at who always bought textbooks, almost no students actually bought new or second-hand textbooks. So some sometimes did, but a large group of students never bought textbooks. Okay. So this is an interesting thing in itself. So not so expensive, but yet students are not buying them, and actually they're not really borrowing them either. So 56% of students are not using the textbook that 86% of the courses are prescribing. So that in itself is saying something. So we're prescribing something, and I'm saying we in the royal we, but as a set of higher education institutions, tertiary institutions, we're prescribing textbooks, and students aren't using them. So what are they using? Okay. So they're using other resources the lecturers are suggesting. So they're using resources on learning management systems, alternative readings, all those extra things lecturers say to have a look at. They're looking at other resources online, which the lecturers got no idea about. Okay, they're finding resources in the libraries, some of them, and there are some that are doing downloading, borrowing, copying, and other sorts of things. Okay, so those presumably are of the textbook that they're meant to be using. So we had a little bit of a more detailed look into what this issue was with the library, because they're not buying them, so you sort of assume, well, they're all going to go and borrow them. But actually, a whole lot of them are not even borrowing the textbook from the library anyway. Okay, so I think this to me was a particularly interesting thing, because we make a lot of assumptions about what lecturers, what students are doing when we're recommending particular things. And so it's a bit sad. They thought the library was depressing. But I think overall, what students are trying to say is they want to learn in the time and the space that is most comfortable and suitable for them. So, I mean, I don't think it's a judgment on libraries. It's, if I want to be in my room at 2 in the morning studying, that's what I want to be doing. And if I have to borrow a textbook and it's only available on a 3-hour loan, or I borrow it from my friend and I've only got it for the overnight, it's not what I want. When I want to look for information, I want to do it here and now. So that was one of the things that were coming through. They do like the tangible things. So there was this idea of electronic textbooks or borrowing. You want to scribble on things. So it's fascinating that in this digital age, we all have a practice of needing to work through and learn in some way that involves something tangible in terms of pen and paper, whatever it is. So that was one of the reasons. And then there was this issue around access again. So never enough 3-hour loans, short-term things. So generally students weren't using the library. Okay. So we asked students as well about whether they were familiar with OERs, and I mean, mostly not, but that doesn't really surprise me because students could be using open education resources, they just don't know what they are. I mean, students have no idea. When I do digital literacy training with students, they've got no idea that everything on the internet is not free in the first place. So, they could well be using legitimate OER resources and just not aware of the circumstances. But when they were aware of OERs, they weren't using them very often. But I think one of those things, this is a student survey, so if lecturers say something's an OER or an open textbook, students go, yep, then I know what it is, you've given it a name, but if you don't and it's just a set of resources, they wouldn't really be very aware of it. So there were quite a few open-ended questions that asked students just to talk about textbooks and what their issues were and challenges and benefits and that sort of thing. And we found this quite rich data, and it suggests to me that continuing a study like this with focus groups that actually documented students' practices and how they actually go about using these learning resources would be really valuable. So those that were doing without textbooks, whether it was voluntary and they were just making the choice not to go to the library and use it or whatever, were saying it was a problem for their learning and assessment. And the reason it was a problem for the learning and assessment was often because the content of the course was so closely aligned to the textbook. So assessments related to the textbook they needed to have that they didn't have or was prescribed. They couldn't learn a particular aspect of content when and where they needed to, and it did cause them stress. So we did get examples of students writing comments to say that, you know, I did actually go and buy the textbook and then I didn't eat for 24 hours. So even though for us, when we look at the cost of textbooks and we say, oh, it's only 180 to 300 on average a year, when you're a student and you're on, you know, you're self-funded and you're relying on government funding, every little bit counts, and these have huge impacts. So in that week or day, you need to go and make the purchase. Students did do without. So that was quite stark for students. And then there was issues around anxiety. So one particular student was borrowing a textbook from a friend, and then she ended up getting sick, but so she couldn't get onto campus to borrow the textbook, so she couldn't keep up with the content in the couple of days that she was sick. She couldn't get into the library. Clearly the online access was not, you know, for wherever she was, it just wasn't working. So you get these, you know, it creates anxiety, whether it needs to or not, it definitely is. And then when students did buy textbooks, they were quite critical of them as well. Lecturers didn't use them. So now I've spent the money and you've never talked about it, okay? Or you've told me to go for this, you know, standard textbook, and this would be often in a first year subject where a lot of the textbooks we perceive as educators are foundational. And I've got to sit and read through some whole long, you know, explanation. Actually, another textbook that isn't prescribed would be more useful for me because I like the way the images describe it better. So somebody wants, you know, that sort of thing. So somebody said, oh, well, I don't know why I have to have this textbook and not that one, because I think that one actually helps me understand better. So these choices around a single textbook that students have to have as a prescribed textbook are also not necessarily useful to them because they might want to see the information in a different way. So that really brings us to the idea of the sort of discussion point of, well, what's stopping us using open textbooks and why aren't we? Or what's making us use textbooks and why are we? And, you know, to sort of frame that slightly differently. So these quotes aren't actually directly from students, but these sum up the kind of issues that students were talking about. So from a student perspective, not affording it. Okay, so that was clearly, for some students, the cost was an issue. So clearly, open textbooks are a very useful way of cutting down the cost, provided if we can generate them for free. That's a very useful option. Okay. The concept of textbooks not being the most useful. So I think that's something where we need to actually think about student evaluation of teaching and other courses and asking them, well, what are you finding useful? So we're trying to make decisions about the resources that students need to learn without actually focusing in on what resources they are finding useful and what they're accessing. Okay. So issues around different editions and that sort of thing. I mean, there were examples that students were highlighting where a particular edition, the numbered links to the assessment and the content, it was all page and figure and whatever specific. So sometimes lecturers are using textbooks in ways that are overly prescriptive, you know. Right, today I'd like you to do quiz 2.3 on page X, and if you don't have that version, and you know, it's useless. And in some cases, the assessment was absolutely related to the textbook and the way the textbook was wording and talking about the content as opposed to the content generally. So I think clearly there are some pedagogical practices that we've got going that are really not optimal. They've got nothing to do with textbooks, they've just got to do with us as teachers needing to rethink what it is that we're doing. Okay. What have I got here? So that is a different slide, isn't it? Yes, fine. So the students who say they don't need the textbook, so then I'd be really interested to know, well, what resources are students using? So in that slide I had where I was talking about the virtual and physical worlds sort of intersecting, we know there is lots out there. We get plenty of examples of students saying, well, I don't understand what the teachers told me, and I'm going to go and search on YouTube and find something else. I've got a son who's just finished, final year of high school, and every time he couldn't understand something in chemistry or physics, it was onto alternative videos, alternative resources, text a friend, what are you looking at? So we've really got to acknowledge in education that that the teacher's knowledge is not and the textbook knowledge is not the one that the students are using. And I think we all know that. I mean, I think everybody in this room probably knows that, but we need to find ways of communicating this to our colleagues so that we can really rethink what it is that we're using in the classroom. Okay, so from a teacher point of view, I think the issue around open textbooks is also it takes a lot of time to do. So I mean, David's examples were exciting, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about what other people are doing in terms of things like sprints and collaborating on these things, but it does takes a commitment, and then it does take time. So often people are saying, well, I haven't got time to do it, I haven't even got time to adapt it. I think one of the things that we often forget is that students are finding resources or finding useful resources, and so I think we need to challenge ourselves to thinking about how we can draw students in to be co-contributors of resources for their learning. In fact, I was having a conversation a couple of months back with colleague Jerry from Lincoln, and he was telling me how in a previous course he'd actually assigned students to write the examination questions, and that was part of their assessment. I am right on time, Jerry. Yes, so go chat to him. Maybe it wasn't him, but he was working with someone. It was a great idea, and it was amazing what excellent questions students came up with, because they wanted a question that was going to be difficult, but only they could answer, and they knew the answer to. And then I think the agreement was that they would get the questions would be randomly, assigned into the quiz or the assessment. The idea of students sharing the resources that they found and other students rating them. Students are very much driven by, getting endorsements from other students, and if nobody's using the resource and other students say it's rubbish, well then you know that maybe it's not going to work. So there are some really good ideas that we could use and draw into complementing our textbook practices, and we don't need those to necessarily, we don't need this to be a huge big thing about, well, I've got to actually write a textbook from scratch with colleagues. And the idea of starting small and building content. So David had a lot of good examples about how people worked through things together. I mean, I've been involved in fact, one of the Pressbooks projects with colleagues globally around doing an open textbook. At least it has been going on a while, but people contributed chapters in the areas they felt comfortable in. We've never met each other, we've all collaborated globally, we've had open peer review, we've had sort of open editing, and now we have a toolkit on digital citizenship that's going to be globally relevant, because a colleague from Egypt, myself, colleagues from US, Canada have all contributed to it. So you can work with people in this way to develop things. It doesn't have to be something that you find and do from scratch. So actually, you have been listening to two people talking quite a lot for the last little while. Before you ask me any questions, and I don't actually have answers, so I'm not the person to ask the questions to, really. We just did the study, so I have a bit of a sense about what the students were thinking. I actually want to ask you some questions. And I want you to pause for a moment and find someone next to you, look at one of those questions, or think about another question that you might have. And just we've got time for a quick chat with the person next to you. I mean, just have a think about this. I mean, in your context of how you're working, I mean, are textbooks relevant? What should we be doing? I mean, is it actually giving students the skills they need? I mean, we're trying to develop critical and digital literacies for students. Is giving them a textbook and saying, there's your main source or body of knowledge. Is that even a useful practice in the 21st century? So, 21st, yes? Yeah. Right. So I'm going to pause for a moment. I'll just smile at the camera so people on the other side, and actually people are doing this virtually. I don't know whether the YouTube channel has a commenting box or not. It does, yes. So if you're joining us and you're not physically present, you can have a look at those questions and just have a think about what this means in your context as well. And if you're on Twitter, we do have a hashtag for the event, so if you're not with us in person, COEPNZ19 is the hashtag. So tell us what you think. 2 minutes. Go. Otherwise you won't get tea. I know that's the next thing on the schedule. See, it always happens, it's even in a class, when you start people talking, it never stops. So actually what I'm going to do, and apologies to people on the camera, I know it's dreadful when your YouTube presenter walks around, I'm just going to go to the people that are closest to me, that look like they were having a very nice conversation, and ask them, what did you guys talk about?
Okay, we generally think kind of text, if the student has the textbook in front, that's a good thing. It explains, they can go and find stuff on the subject, and it's explained at a level that they would understand, but there are barriers to getting it, which is the real problem. And then we raised the question of what about Wikipedia as to answer number question 1 as an alternative, and we had 2 points of view. 3 points of view, as there are 3 of us. 1 is no, and 2 probably yes, and yes-ish, and so on. So that's another take on it as well.
That's good. Thank you. We don't need to know answers. I think the whole idea of the time over here is to have questions that we can talk about over the next few days. So just a big question on this side of the room. Oh, and somebody's put their hand up, so that's great.
Ron and I were looking at the question, does prescribing textbooks limit development of critical information literacy? We actually thought of another spin on that question. As educators, we are beholden really to keep pace with our learners. So we were drawing on an anecdote of a workshop we ran with some of our staff around online arrangements for the new NZIST, which is a new institution that's being formed in New Zealand to bring together all of the polytechnics and technology institutes. So in that group, we had a couple of staff who were sharing with us that they don't do digital and they won't do digital and it's way too difficult. And so we reflected on, while we want to be inclusive, the challenge for us as educators is to work with our colleagues to say the line of the future is drawn and it's digital. And so it behoves us in our roles to embrace that, however competent we may or may not become. And I think it's a bit of an elephant in the room. We often don't talk about it, but we are deeply privileged to have the role of leading and working alongside our learners, and so we have a huge responsibility in there. So for me, leading a learning and teaching portfolio, I'm thinking about how do we work with our staff now to ensure that they are as current and concurrent as our learners in a digital space.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we are time, so wait, I think I had a thank you one at the end, which is what I have got stuck on. So there we go. So I'll hand back over to Wayne. So thank you very much, and hopefully that stimulated some questions and thoughts for discussion. And if you go to the presentation just after around the Otago project, Sarah and Simon, you can find out a bit more. You can carry on the conversation. So thank you.
Just one quick comment. One aspect of the data that troubled me the most was that 80% of respondents reported that lack of access to textbooks has had a negative impact on their academic performance. And that is worrying. Cheryl, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming down to Dunedin to help us share some of the data, and your wonderful PhD students who've helped us move this forward, and again to Otago Uni for sharing the survey. So Trish,
Thank you very much.
a small token of our appreciation. Thank you. Tea break.
Everybody who's speaking in the next session, could you bring up your PowerPoint presentation holding up
If you didn't hear Ray, if you're speaking in the next session, please share your presentation so they can be loaded on the machine. Right, that's off to a good start.
I've identified with the things that those 3 key actions for our OEI tech. We're going to be floating the digital markets in line with our hosting and do some project teaching users and release concepts. I've 2 staff members who are helping to lead the framework.
Because we might be able to just piggyback some of those resources that they've got from the
Then we talk to the HEO and say, do you want to add this into your strand of thinking? Exactly. So, because we've got a really strong relationship with them. We create our own fellowships, we can do just and we can host on Digibits for free. Exactly. That would be a marketing Digibits 2. 3 actions already.
Hi Alison, good to meet you face to face. Yes, I'm glad you could make it down.
Yes, we did made it. We did the long drive last night.
Were you on one of the flights that couldn't make it down?
No, we were just going to drive my parents down for graduation.
That's still recording.
Saturday.
Not that I'm...
I mean, you could work it out. It was slightly distracting. This is quite good in a way. It's about the student voice to these things. And actually, I didn't realise we had.
So mainly Hank.
I hadn't realised we had.
Yeah, it's good. And then many will be checking today.
So they, like Wayne just said,
no, we're
going to go for yeah, I'm Richard. I'm series up as well.
Just letting you know I was scribing.
Oh, okay.
Taking notes.
All right. Okay. All right, well, we're good to go, so we should get some coffee.
Okay.
After the session, I can get it. Oh, that's it.
Colleagues, welcome back. So just very briefly, we have 2 plenary tracks. Track 1 will be in this room, and track 2 will be in the room next door. And feel free to change rooms between presentations depending on your interests. So that's all I have to say. And let me hand over to Trish, who will be facilitating this group. Thank you, Trish.
Thank you, Wayne. Good morning. I'm Trish Chapman-Chain. I'm the Director of Learning and Teaching Development here at Otago Polytechnic. I'll just talk you through how this session for an hour and a half will actually work. So we have 3, make sure I'm saying the right number, we've got 3 presenters in this room. Each presentation is for 20 minutes. There will be, Anna, can I please get you to hold up the cards? At 15 minutes, Anna will hold up the orange 5-minute card. And then at 19 minutes, Anna will hold up the I'm corrected. At 20 minutes, Anna will hold up the Time's Up card. That leaves us with approximately 5 minutes of question time, and then also just a couple of minutes changeover time so that we're well prepared. So let's get underway. I'd like to introduce our colleagues from the University of Otago. We have Sarah Stein, the Director of Distance Learning. Simon Hart is Policy, Planning and Evaluation Librarian. Philippa Keeney, who was one of my previous colleagues, so it's lovely to see you, is the International Inbound Programs Coordinator, and Richard White, the Manager of Copyright and Open. In 2015, University of Otago-based study investigated the possible effects and the cost of core textbooks may be having on student study choices and associated perceptions and behaviours. Sarah, Simon, Philippa and Richard will share their study through the methodological design, implications for practice and reflections on the impacts of the study. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just going to sit well. Shall we just switch? Yeah. So you got it.
You got a tag team.
Do something with that. I should have worn bigger heels, clearly. Kia ora, it's really nice to be here and nice to see familiar faces and some unfamiliar faces. I'm just going to forward this bit, hopefully. So I'm just going to talk very briefly about the genesis or how we started this project, and I guess I just want to say that we are somewhat different peas in a pod. We're an unlikely combination for a research group, and I will actually get back to that a little bit later. But what did bring us together and what we had in common was the student experience. So this was the starting point. We were all interested in removing barriers and improving access to resources for students. Within that, we had slightly different approaches or nuances. So for Richard, it was really about licensing and technical barriers. So copyright limitations, and then potentially looking at OERs as a solution to restrictive practices with copyright. For Sarah, around distance education in particular, access for, or unique access needs for distance students, but also this idea of staff being locked into the concept of a textbook, this kind of holy grail. And I'll come back to that a little bit at the end of this as well. So obviously that has implications in terms of publishing and licensing and contractual obligations that flow on from that decision to choose a particular textbook. For me at the time, I was working as the manager of the Student Support Centre, so it was very much the lived experience of students that I was interested in, because we would see students on a daily basis who actually had real hardship issues. So, and access to resources, not just textbooks, contributed to those. That was their actual lived experience. And for Simon and Richard, there was a real desire to look at doing something practical and pragmatic. So looking at a tool that others could use to meet
student needs. And of course, I missed the presentation previously, and I'm sorry I did, but it was really wonderful to see that what we did actually start with, other people have picked up and continued and made bigger and expanded. So that was always kind of the intention, was to work in a way that was open, collaborative, transparent and transformative. So that's kind of on the surface, I guess, of the research project. But as those of you who know me will appreciate, I always like to look underneath things. I'm interested in what's under the surface as well. And so I think here, this is not actually just about textbooks, because a textbook is really a symbol. It's actually about education. And it's not education with a capital E, it's about meeting the needs of students who have very diverse needs, approaches and expectations of the educational experience. So the textbook in itself is not the be-all and end-all. There are lots of ways that we can look at improving access to education. I've also got up there inter-institutional collaboration, and I think that's the other thing that I wanted to highlight, because for me, reflecting, what was interesting about working with these three here is that it kind of worked because they're not like me. And I think research, when we're working and researching together, it's not about finding people who are really good at doing what we do, or who think the same way that we think, or people who we even get as human beings. Sorry, Richard. Richard did look askance at me several times during this project. But it is actually, you know, this is about students. They're diverse and unique, we all know that. So are we. And I think it was a really delightful experience to work with three very different people who all brought very different things to this actual project. So I just wanted to reflect on that too. And I wanted to end with some words of Plutarch, because he's kind of quite wise. And he said that the mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. And I think that's actually really lovely. And I was thinking about that in terms of textbooks. You know, we have this kind of, they're very much associated with this kind of rote, pouring in knowledge kind of model. And really it's time that we got over that and thought about kindling some fires instead. That's what it's all about. So that's actually how we started this project. It was all about the student experience and access to textbooks. And I'm going to hand over to Sarah, who's actually going to talk about the process itself.
Thanks, Philippa. So my little bit, it's a bit more research oriented, I guess. The methods. So this is the syntax of the study itself. Philippa did a great job of framing it up, and I don't need to repeat all of those things, but I was planning to say some of those things, but I don't think I need to anymore. But it's this great coming together of lots of different minds. Anecdotal experiences with staff and students, encountering a couple of interesting reports that both Simon and Richard alerted us to from the US. Lots of talk about things that have happened, just general interactions over a number of years brought us to this point. We were interested in the survey that was reported in the Senac and Donahue report back in 2016. I think at that stage we'd only seen the initial one in 2014, and we thought, wow, wouldn't this be good to implement in our place? Just have a bit of a look at what's going on. And I think secretly we're all interested in stirring the pot a little bit, but hopefully taking that perspective of practice and action might say a lot more than pushing for changing policy or whatever. While that's still important, I think demonstrating something through evidence, which is such an important thing to have, would have more of an impact. So we decided to go on this journey. So this became our research question. lot of teasing out of meanings, what is a textbook, and trying to establish something that we agreed upon and could make sense of, and what about them. And so we focused in on cost and access. And most importantly, I think, the possible effects that those two things were having on student study, or the perception students held of their choices they were being asked to make and their behaviours. So student voice was all important for us. We wanted to gauge their accounts and of experience. And we took the survey that we'd found, documented, and as time went on we saw a more formal report in 2016, which was great. And so our intention was then, naturally, to generate some statistical data and some free comment data. We set up some student focus groups because, well, to match our overall overarching aim to involve students as much as possible to get their voice into the questionnaire, but also we needed to because we wanted to make sure that the questionnaire fitted our context. So while we used the basic questionnaire that we found in Senac and Donoghue, we modified it to suit our context, terminology, that sort of thing. We were quite pragmatic in targeting a certain group of students. We were lucky Philippa there had direct access to a group of students called class representatives. It's a system that exists at the University of Otago where every class has somebody nominated or somebody volunteers to be the link between the student body in the cohort and lecturing staff, let's say, and they are trained. And so they're targetable people, if you know what I mean. They're on a database. They're usually interested in, well, it's sort of that volunteering for such a role indicates something about their willingness and motivation to be involved in giving feedback and helping the thought that goes on around all sorts of educational issues. So we targeted that group. There were 811 of those during that year. I think it was 2016, and we surveyed those students. We got a 29.4% response rate. The analysis, well, we all pitched in, shared the load, and this, as Philippa said before, it reflects, I guess, our expertise or our knowledge and our interest as well. So we shared the analysis load. Richard, who will speak next, talked about or did a lot of work around the stats and the descriptive analysis of those stats. Philip and Simon took the lead on the analysing of the free text comment, and I just stood around and helped and lifted things. So that was good. And our results, the results that we generated were around these ideas: affordability, access, perceptions of academic value, and behaviour and attitudes. So now over to Richard, who will start to talk a little bit more about those results.
So those words would be more or less exactly the same as what Cheryl was describing from the study that you undertook, which was based on our one. So a little bit more about those specific things. So we had the same thing about how much did you spend in the last year on textbooks. A fifth said nothing, and you said grouped around the sort of the lower regions, but there are a few who spend an awful lot on textbooks. And I haven't shown it in a graph here just to keep things brief, but if you read our full paper, and there is a link at the end of our slides to that, we did break it down by year of study, and as you'd expect, first years generally tend to spend a lot more because they just accept what the lecturer tells them they need to do, but then as they go on, they realise, oh, they didn't really use that. I don't need to buy that. I can get it somewhere else. So, and that's borne out in some of the other comments I'll show you in a minute too. But we found that they become very strategic about what they do in terms of getting the required book. I think that came through in Cheryl's comments as well. we also asked, and this was inspired by one of those US studies we looked at, is the cost of a textbook actually something you weigh up when you're deciding whether or not to take a course? And for our students at the University of Otago, not really, is the answer. We don't really know why that is. That didn't come through. One of the reasons may just simply that it's part of their major and they have to do that course anyway, so there's no, that doesn't come into it. But also just maybe that the information isn't very good that they can find. Information may be there, maybe they can't find it, or they just don't look to find out whether there is a textbook. So anyway, for us, it was much lower than what the US studies found in terms of this being a factor for choosing a course. Now, Wayne just chimed in with the result from the national study at the end of Cheryl's talk to say, has your lack of access, and remember it's not just cost, but it could just be that it's not available in the library when I go to the library and when I want it, has it affected you negatively academically? Now Wayne said your one was around 80%, so ours was much lower. Now the US studies, which were done in community colleges, so a bit different context to a university like ours, were around the 90% mark, saying yeah, almost everybody said it affected me negatively academically. So we found that was actually quite different. That around 50% said probably or definitely this has affected me negatively academically, that I couldn't get the thing I needed when I needed it. So it's a lot lower, but still that's actually pretty crap. That's still half of our students. I was saying, so don't compare them, just look at it on the space value and say that's still not very good to my mind, right? Okay, and then just quickly, because this is about the student voice, we thought we'd put a few quotes in. And these are similar to some of the things that Cheryl was showing us earlier. This is that strategic notion I was talking about, that they, after a while they realised, yeah, I can get by. I don't really need this thing, or I can use the alternative sources. So there's this balancing going on of the academic value it's going to have, or the negative impact it might have, against how much that's going to cost me financially. This is getting into the alternative source kind of thing. So we did ask, I haven't shown the slides of this, we did ask questions about that, and the same as Cheryl's study, the most common way is what I get given in Blackboard or whatever your LMS is, and then the next one is other stuff that's online, and then the library comes in as the third, by quite a way well down in terms of what they use. And now I'm going to hand it over to Simon. Just talk about what we did after.
Kia ora. So my job is to talk about the dissemination, and we openly shared the survey tool, the data set, a report that we wrote, a project report, and a poster that we've made up on the Figshare platform. And so far it's had over 1,400 views and 240 downloads. We took the outcomes report to the highest committee in the university that we could. It was a committee of the university's council, the Committee for Advancement of Learning and Teaching, and that includes senior academics and administrators, including our deputy vice chancellors and pro vice chancellors. And that was really to make them aware of the results, and it's their role then to disseminate it to their staff. We also approached the University of Otago Students Association and let them know about the results, and they published a feature article in their magazine. It's got a circulation of 5,000 but a readership of 20,000. And they noted the issues around the cost, the quality of textbooks and the return on investment. They also added to the discussion by looking at what our institutional policy was, and they also took the line as a headline as kind of clickbait around the ethics behind lecturers recommending students purchase the textbook that they've authored. So that's on their mind. We were really lucky that there was a bit of dissemination via the Twitter sphere. The Australasian Open Access Society group tweeted about our report, and so did the founder of openpedagogy.org and other advocates that promote and enable openness and sharing. Sarah presented at an Australasian conference on open and distance learning, and Richard also presented to the New Zealand University's copyright expert group, so colleagues who have a similar role as he does around the 8 universities got to hear about the project. We presented both a poster and a workshop at the Tertiary Education Research in New Zealand conference, and that was really interesting when we workshopped it, because we got the suggestion that it would be really interesting to explore the issues from a lecturer's point of view and look at their behaviours as well. And we got to hear some anecdotal evidence there that if a course has been taught across a range of lecturers, they often argue about the textbook because they want their stuff, and they often have difficulty deciding on a textbook that is actually going to meet the students' needs. It's often about them. We were invited to join a podcast, which is the Other 50 Weeks podcast series that was run by Adrian Stagg. He's the manager of open education practice at Southern Queensland University. And that was really good because that podcast is available and promoted through lots of other open education platforms. So that's up there where we had a really good discussion around issues. And of course, as Richard and Sarah have alluded to, we have a peer-reviewed article in Open Praxis. That's of course, it's an OA article, and it's a really good journal to consider using because there's no article processing charges and no publication fees. And it's really worth checking that journal out. And I'll just get you to take note of the DOI.
It's on the next slide.
Yeah. So as Richard said, it's coming up. What's really good about having that article open access is since it's been published at the end of 2018, 17? Okay. 18, I thought. It's been cited 6 times for 6 other studies. And those studies are really interesting in that people are actually using the results for our study in their publications. And so I urge you to check those out through Google. And as Richard would like you to see, there is the full citation and the Figshare link there to all our data that you can analyse and look at and make use of, and the survey tool as well. We'd really encourage you to use that survey tool in your own institutions.
I forgot to mention, or we forgot to mention at the start, that bit.ly link will take you to our slides. So all the URLs and stuff are in the slides if you want to go and find it. Other stuff. So you just need to write down that bit.ly students and textbook books URL. So and you'll find everything.
What I didn't point out, because I was really interrupted, was that we had a definite strategy around dissemination. You can see Richard likes to lead the situation. So we had a definite strategy around dissemination of our results. We really wanted to make sure we could cast the net as widely as possible. So we targeted the international journal, we looked at the decision makers in our institution, we went to the students, and we went to our colleagues in as many forums as we could.
Thank you. As I was listening to your talk, I was thinking, why are our lecturers recommending these workbooks if our learners are not, well, if our lecturers are not, if our lecturers are not referring to them, through the course or referring to them minimally. And I actually think, Simon, you answered that for me personally when you said, lecturers are trying to work out, which textbook they want, and it's for them. So thank you for answering that question. Do we have any questions for our colleagues from the University of Otago? We'll take, it might have to have a big loud voice. I don't know if we've got a roving.
Oh, I can
This
do a
one?
loud voice.
You can have a loud voice?
Did you find any differences by discipline? Was that something you looked for, or did it become apparent?
It was a question we asked so that we could break the results down by discipline.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I do. There are disciplinary differences in any of the student data that we look at, but there are disciplinary differences in any of the student data we look at in any data set from the university, but they're only around 5 to 8% difference. Okay. And we're only taking a sample of that cohort, so it's really difficult to say there's anything significant.
Yeah. We got very little response from our health sciences for some reason.
Yeah.
In this particular study, anyway. The data set is online, Bruce, so you can go and actually investigate it yourself, if you like. And I know you want to.
Thank you. Yeah. The other question was about interpersonal interactions, but we won't do that publicly.
Okay. Oh, mine was about discipline as well.
Discipline. Nothing. We had.
I just want to say thanks for that, because you kept referring to my study referred to your study, so really you were first and we were second. And ours was just a bit more general across New Zealand. But, so, I mean, now that we know this information, I mean, I'm interested in your perceptions about whether anything has changed, and it's a dreadful thing in the institution, or how one can make a change. So I suppose it comes back to what our colleague in the front said after mine, like, how do we actually create a momentum to get out of these habitual practices that we all seem to know are not working for students or for pedagogy? I mean, I'd just like to know what your thoughts were. I mean, that's not a great answer, but...
I don't know how to answer this really. My philosophy is always chip away, keep at it. They're looking beneath things to, you alluded to this, to perceptions of what this thing is, textbook, the resource, the material, whatever it is. Working really hard in whatever way one can to just raise the issue, ask the question, is the textbook the thing to have? I know that many practices are repeated because that's the way we've always done it. And everybody knows in our discipline that that's the author to go to, and everything we want to teach our students is there, whether it's a textbook in the physical sense, whether it's whatever it is. Whatever situation one is in, trying to raise the issues related to that and asking the questions. Whether we had any impact or not, it's there. We can still refer to it. I know in our university, in our context, evidence is so important, and contextually based evidence is important. And we've got some evidence, and so we continue to chip.
And I just want to go under that a little bit more and say that actually, when I was talking about ours being an unusual collaboration, it actually was in other ways because I wasn't academic staff at the university. Now, in that particular environment, institutional environment, research is quite a privileged space. And academic staff are expected to engage in research, but general staff, or professional staff as they're now called, don't have that same expectation. So I think it's really interesting because it's actually a mindset about being open about everything. So it starts even way back when, who do you collaborate with, who do you speak with when you're thinking about these things?
My name is Faisal Hassan. I teach IT at the Polytechnic here. Thank you so much for arranging this session and really good presentations. And I think there's another dimension. It's the instructor perspective. Like more and more we're finding the textbooks are not adequate. The pace of changes, especially in my field, I don't think I have any particular textbook that I can follow that covers most of, or even part of my content. So to have this kind of perspective from instructors, like how relevant are the textbooks from their point of view is also interesting. But I like the concept of textbooks. Having a textbook is kind of a baseline, because online can be like a wide open field. Sometimes students get lost. So, if you have considered that kind of perspective from instructors, how relevant are the textbooks from the instructor's point of view, or what kind of difficulties they are facing in finding textbooks, or what kind of alternatives they are having. So, if you have any perspective on that, thank you.
Thanks. Well, as Simon was saying, that's something we could investigate further, I think, is the teacher's perspective. For me, the interesting thing was really just as soon as you put any barrier in front of students, let me back up a bit, that I agree. In certain disciplines, and especially at lower levels of study, a textbook is a really useful thing, and students will like it, especially in an area where there's a foundational body of stuff you need to know. But yeah, so then following on from that, as soon as there's any barrier to that textbook, that's when we get the problem, I think. And that's what we were interested in OERs as a solution to that aspect of it, I guess.
We're bang on time, so thank you. Thank you very much. Great questions. I'd like to welcome Alison Fields. Alison's topic is Confessions of an Open Access Journal Editor. So Alison is an information scientist, academic and librarian. She currently runs a contracting and consultancy business in the education sector, following nearly 2 decades as a senior lecturer in information and library studies. Her doctorate focused on learner support to students in online tertiary classrooms, and her research interests encompass e-learning, online learner support, library services, and continuing professional development. She is a Fellow of the Library and Information Association of New Zealand Aotearoa, an executive member of the Flexible Learning Association of New Zealand, and editor-in-chief of the Journal of Open, Flexible and Distance Learning. Alison will share with us her experience of being involved in editorial teams both in open access and commercial publishing houses, and she will highlight the differences between these 2 forms of journals. Her insights will explain what you need to know before you decide where to publish your next article, before you set on your next search for information, before you decide where and how to use information shared by others, and how you will share your own. Please welcome me, or please help me in welcoming Alison.
In my life, it was time that I did some confessions. It would be very nice. The involvement that I have in journals is quite widespread. I've been working with published information for all of my working life. It's just part and parcel of being a librarian, being an educator, and dealing with access to information, delivery of information, and helping people being able to use it for whatever they need to be able to use it for. So what I've got at the moment, I'm involved in 2 different journals. Now, what I'll be doing is a comparison between these 2. The first one, the Journal of Open, Flexible and Distance Learning, which I'll call JOFDL for short. These names get quite long to repeat all the time. I've been involved in JOFDL for about 5 years. It is purely open access. So that's a fantastic framework to start with. The second one for my sons is a fully commercial publishing business, Journal of the Australian Library and Information Association, JALIA. And that is run through Wiley, which is one of the big commercial publishing houses. So it would be very nice if I could just say open access good and big commercial publishers bad, but it's a lot more complex than that. And if you're working in the field, you're going to end up being involved with both. There's just no two ways about it. to be able to provide the information and to work in the marketplace. Everything exists together, and what I've found is that over time, as open access comes in, the commercial publishing houses are having to adapt and change what they do to sort of meet up with the expectations of what open access is. So they're providing some open access aspects. And on the same time, the open access journals, if they want to be able to be found by people, particularly if your students are going through the library's catalogues, the open access journals don't always pop up there. Sometimes you have to join up with some of the services that the larger publishers provide in order to be discoverable. So the marketplace is becoming quite intermingled. So we'll just run through this. The similarities between these two journals. They're both peer reviewed. They both belong to professional associations. So the first one is for FLANZ, the Flexible Learning Association of New Zealand. So in terms of who's running them, who's driving them, who's supporting them, they're both from the same kind of basis. They've each got a clearly identified target market that they work to and provide information and articles for. Neither of them pay particularly well. One of them, not at all. The other one, very small honorary. So part of the work is because I like being involved, I love being in the field, and as an academic, you need to be involved in some of these things. It carries some heft for your institution, and that's for open access, if it's of quality, as well as for anything in a commercial publishing house. So if you have the choice, open access is definitely a choice as an academic. Both of them have the same quality in terms of copy editing. So for Jofdal, we hire we contract out to a professional copy editor. As the journals come in, they're peer reviewed and then they're tidied up. The language is tightened, everything is looked at for consistency, all the references are checked, everything is presented beautifully so that we have a lovely finished academic article. And the same for the commercial publishing house, although that goes through to the publisher and they provide the copy editing service. So in terms of payment for that, for the open access, our professional association, FLANZ, pays for that service. We both have an international advisory board. So I'll just go through these in a bit more detail. Actually, I'll go straight into the differences. So for the similarities, there is a lot in common. If you're looking from the outside, you probably look through that list and think, well, there's not actually much difference between the two types of journals. But the differences is where it comes into play. Here's the main areas: visibility and access. By visibility, I mean, can your students find, or can your academics find the articles in the first place? So that's finding the title or the abstract. Once you've got that, can you actually access the full text? They're quite different things. If you've ever gone through a journal database and pulled up a great list on Google, Google Scholar, you can pull up a great list of things and you can find what sounds really good on topic and then can't get access to the full article. Value and quality come into play, and there's costs associated with this. Right, so visibility and access. Visibility, can you find out that the article exists? And what we found with Jofdal, when it started out, we just basically had our own little platform. We're using OJS, Open Journal Systems, which Otago is. And this provides, it's a free shareware system. and it's run by PKP, the Public Knowledge Project, out of a collection of universities in North America and Canada, and they provide this for public good. But having it just available and on the internet often isn't enough. If your students are going to your library's catalogue, they won't find it. You need to have other ways to access that information. So we spent the last 3 or 4 years trying to make the journal and the articles in it more visible. So we've joined up with EBSCO-Host, commercial publisher, and put our free content into their database. And what that does is it means that we're discoverable. Anyone going into your university or polytechnic's catalogue will find it because it's listed there. We've joined up with ERIC, Commercial Clearinghouse and Education. We've joined up with there's 3 or 4 other places. And in a way, what we're doing as open access is we're jumping onto the bandwagon with the commercial publishers and saying, you've got a fantastic distribution network and everyone can see your stuff, and we want into that because people need to see our stuff. And that is one of the confessions for places like EBSCO-Host. We have free content, so our authors write for us, we don't pay them. We organise it into a journal issue and put it out there for free. No one gets paid, no one makes any money off it. We give it to EBSCO-Host for free. They put it out in their platform. Everyone gets to see it, but they charge people access to our free articles on their platform. And we get a 5% royalty, so the author gets nothing, and we get 5% royalties on the income they get from our free material. And that's just the way it is. If in a 6-month period it's under, I can't remember what the amount is, it's under $200 or something, then it's just written off and we don't get anything, we're not even told. So it's an interesting meshing of the open and the commercial models. But what it means is that people find our content. And if people are smart, they can find our content and go, that might be open. And if they then look for us on the open web or anywhere else that we're listed, like through ERIC, then they can get to our article for free. But the universities are still paying this huge subscription to places like EBSCO-Host. And for a lot of the content in EBSCO, if you don't have a subscription, you do not get to see the content because it is locked behind the paywall. So for the other journal, for Jalia, which is with Taylor and Francis, we have the same deal. It's behind the paywall. So I'm working with that journal, and that's just the way it is. There's not much in the way of library studies quality journals, and this is one of them, but it's behind a paywall. Value and quality. Both the journals are peer-reviewed. Both are quite professional. There's all of those similarities in there. So how does the quality and the value that you get differ? And that's a really interesting thing. What I have discovered is that with a commercial publisher, you're often bound to a particular amount of content that you need to provide as an editor, and you're contracted to the number of pages you have to fill for a set number of issues per year. So if you have this many good articles submitted and this many get through peer reviewing and they want this much content, then you've got to lead all of those articles through and publish them. So you'll be getting some that aren't particularly good. Or if you've got this many good articles and they want this amount of pages filled, then some of your really good articles you've got to say, I'm sorry, but we're not going to take your article. But with the open access one, well, for our one at least, It is online only, and we're not constrained by size. So what we do is we assess the quality of the articles, and we will publish what we deem to be of quality. So some of our issues will have a reasonable number of articles in them. Some issues are a bit lighter because we're just taking the good content, and it's variable from time to time. So it probably doesn't look as slick on the page because it is variable, and the commercial publishers have got what looks really solid, but behind the scenes it may not always be the case. And that's going to affect anyone that's writing articles as well. You might find that a particular level of quality would get accepted one time and not accepted another, and it may not be anything personal, it may just be the constraints that the commercial publisher has. Same for the number of citations. Some of the open access journals, the good ones, get a lot of use and a lot of citations. So there's often no real difference there. It's really up to the accessibility and the visibility of the journal there. The cost, who on earth pays for all of this? So for JOFTL, the open access one, the only payment that we have is to the copy editor, and that is paid by the Professional Association. So they're supporting us on that. No other costs at all, nothing for the authors, no costs for anyone to access and use. For the other one, Taylor & Francis, it sits behind the paywall, so your institution will have to pay for a subscription to have access to that material for a set time. And once they've paid that, it's then available to all of your students. But behind the paywall for Taylor & Francis, for this particular journal, they will allow 2 open access items per issue. So it's the editorial, and we can choose 1 article. For the other articles, they are simply behind the paywall and not accessible unless you have a subscription. If the author wants it to be open access, they can pay an author processing charge, which is an interesting way of doing it, and this is the commercial publishers finding a way to survive in a competitive marketplace. So the income they would have earned by having people access those articles behind the paywall, they're now getting the author to pay. And yeah, so it's just the way the marketplace is working, but the questions are who pays the cost. Now, there has been some studies done, and there's some very good data out of the last one. So CONSOL, that's the Council of New Zealand University Librarians, and they've done some study this year that was published. These are just definitions. There has been up till now just 2 types of open access journals, gold and green access. But as the marketplace is developing, there are more types, some with author processing charges, some without, types of hybrids as the marketplace merges to cope with the setting. So this is from CONSOL, and it's just letting you know that 59% is behind the paywall. So this particular study was looking just at 2017 journals with DOIs, so quite a narrow band. But even of those, most of them were behind the paywall. The ones in white that are open are different forms of open, and that tiny little bit down the bottom, that diamond, which is the open access for free, the authors don't pay anything, the readers don't pay anything, which is JOFTL falls into that category, is just a tiny piece of the marketplace. And this is just a quick rundown of the citations. So this is letting authors know where are you going to publish if you want your work to be cited. And for readers, where are you going to look if you want work that is being deemed really good by other people. And very sadly, diamond access way down the bottom is quite small, and that is largely because it's not always so easy for people to find, and so it's not being used as much. And so that's really the next thing to work on. So, you've got some decisions if you're looking for what you want to publish in, and if you're looking for what you want your students to be using. So there are many questions around the main points that I've looked at, but you need to consider visibility and access. Who is that for? Are you being driven by PBRF? Do you have to publish in a peer review that's overseas that is linked to this particular database? Are you trying to find resources for your students that they can access for free of charge? So there's all kinds of different considerations to be made in there. And is cost important? And part of that process, who pays? So if you're an academic and you're writing and you want to publish, as I did, this year I wanted to publish in IRODL, the International Review of Research in Open and Distributed Learning. Fantastic open access journal, very high quality, very, very successful, and we're trying to follow their lead. So successful that this year they closed submissions for 6 months because they had so much coming in. They said, this is really good quality, we need to deal with this before we accept more stuff. And I was under contract to publish. So I'm a huge RA fan, and I was forced to go to the next best journal in the marketplace, which is BJET, the British Journal of Educational Technology, very highly ranked. And they've accepted my article. I'm very pleased to say I've been published in BJET. And I was explaining this, I read through the conditions, and I have the option to pay an author processing charge. Being in New Zealand, I have the option of paying £2,000 British or $3,000 US. And I said to my husband, I'm not paying that. If I was linked to a university, most of them have a fund to pay on behalf of the academics so that they can publish and have it open access in a commercial setting. I was explaining this to my husband, who's from a legal background, and he said, well, what does that mean? I said, well, I'm not paying it, and it's going to sit behind the paywall. And he says, oh, does that mean I can't access it and I can't tell anyone because they won't be able to access it? And I said, yeah. And he says, well, what's done is done, but don't do that again. So that's basically probably my last confession on that one. And that is my time.
Wow, that was an eye-opener. I personally had no idea about the constraints of funding, so thank you so much for sharing that. And it's a sweet for you to get published, and we can't find you. Any questions for Alison?
Having done the big handshake, just to clarify on the business of most universities having APC funds, I think there's only 2 or 3 as it have.
Lincoln and Canterbury have an APC fund only. No other university in New Zealand does.
Most of the APCs, a lot are funded by universities, but just out of home department.
Yeah, they may find money, but it's down the back of the sofa money, not a fund. Yeah.
But the other, just if you actually go forward to the next one.
Just
the one after that. Sorry,
the 2.1 million listed there for the hybrid and gold is the estimated cost, and so this is from Console.
Sure.
So that's just what they estimated, but I don't know how that's spread across the universities as a whole.
So we should say Bruce and I were part of the group that did this research. So it's great to see it being presented to a group. So Otago and Auckland universities are about 2/3 of that 2.1 million, mostly because the disciplines we're publishing in, health sciences, tend to be more APC based open access journals where the high prestige ones are. So the other 6 universities make up about 1/3 of that 2.1. So there's not so much in the other places yet. But that's only what we were able to find the money to publish in. What we don't know is the case that you had, which is I wanted to publish in this journal, but I couldn't. So that's invisible to us because no one spent the money, so we didn't know whether it happened or not. So in other words, there was a barrier that stopped someone from publishing in the journal they wanted to publish in because there was no money to do it.
When you said actually, when you said if I'd worked for a university, I would have been able to get the money, the answer is probably not. You would have fallen within probably within the 59%. If they could all get the money done, I think they would all be open. The other thing to point out is the green option would allow you to make your work open accessible.
It would definitely,
and that's certainly worth considering.
Yes, I've got accounts with some of those repositories, so a lot of my material does pop up in those as well. And that is a good option for a lot of people if there is the green access. So what you do there is you, as an author, it gets published in the journal and goes behind a paywall, but you're able to put, it's usually a pre-publication version. And you can place that into your own institution's repository or onto something like ResearchGate or academia.edu, and it is open access there for anyone to get to for free. So it's searchable and it's free, but it's not the final accepted authoritative version.
It is, well, against. Just let me clarify on that. What they will generally allow is, we talk about preprints, it's actually what we call an author-accepted manuscript. So it's word for word what is published in the journal. It just doesn't have the same look and feel. It may not have the graphics in the same place. But it is a word for word.
So it's a big human marketplace, and it's the whole mix of things is just changing and swirling, and it's going to evolve further. So I'm hoping to do what I can and to find ways to make the most out of it using the OAS side, even if it's just helping to force some of the other publishers to change your practices a bit.
But as a non-affiliate, I mean, you're in a slightly awkward position even with repositories. And I don't know that the university repositories have given much thought to non-affiliates, so that's something else we probably should be aware of.
Thank you very much, Alison. Actually, Ray, I should have checked before I let Alison run away. Were there any questions from our online participants? So for our next presentation, we have the future of academic journals. Professor Sam Mann, who is with Capable New Zealand, which is Otago Polytechnic School of Work-Based Learning and Professional Practice. Sam has led the development of the Directorate of Professional Practice and the Bachelor of Leadership and Change. There he is, looking around for you. And we also have Ray O'Brien, who works across several areas at Otago Polytechnic. But at the core of them all, he is a learning designer. He has been part of the team designing and implementing the Bachelor of Leadership and Change, and specialises in the integration of sustainable practice into programs across many disciplines. So today, Sam and Ray state that academic journals have, by and large, remained in the same format for over a century. Meanwhile, other forms of communication have developed and disrupted the way we now exchange knowledge. Their presentation proposes a manifesto for designing the journals of the future. Journals which support the scholarship of learning and teaching are used as a specific context to explore the practicalities of that manifesto. It is expected that this manifesto will provide a provocation for those leading the design of academic journals in the future. Thank you.
Kia ora. I've been lucky enough to work with Sam for the last 3 years on Bachelors of Leadership for Change and various other things at COEP New Zealand. And I want to start this this presentation off with a nod to Sam for his mentorship. This presentation is very much my reflections as a novice in the field of research, and certainly in the area of getting a journal out. Yeah. So it comes from a different, I guess, fresh set of eyes, yeah, as someone who's emerging into that field, yeah, and hopefully it's just a different angle on what is and what could be. Yeah. But without the help from Sam, very helpfully throwing me in at the deep end on many occasions, I wouldn't have those insights. So let's crack on. I'm glad my PowerPoint's working. So let's look at the background of what's happening around the world. It doesn't take long to search for online to find examples of institutions who are really dissatisfied with what's happening around the publication. I feel that this is almost chapter 2, so it's fantastic to have that lead in from the previous talk and such engaged questions. It's what's happening, in my view, is just not okay. If we think about the medical field, where we are training doctors, doctors are doing research, doctors are being paid to produce that research, publishing houses are charging other doctors to view it, and all of that money that's in our education and health systems is disappearing off to publishing houses. Yeah? Money that could be in healthcare, money that could be saving lives rather than lying in the pocket of a publishing house. Yeah? If we look at it in terms of the education sector, the numbers that you were just talking about a second ago, £2,000 to choose to publish your own article openly, to take it away from the paywall, that's the same cost as putting a young person through their apprenticeship and completely transforming their lives. To me, those two costs don't stack up. It's fundamentally wrong, and it doesn't represent the social justice that we're looking for. Yeah? If we think of it in terms of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, publishing houses are taking money away from SDG 4, yeah, for quality education, yeah, which is having a knock-on effect in that our work as researchers and academics is not having the impact on poverty, well-being, healthcare, and all of those other SDGs that could be having. So I'm just not okay with what I'm seeing. Over the last 2 years, I've been working within Otago Polytechnic on our journal Scope. Yeah, and I've been working on a learning and teaching issue of it that focuses on sustainable practice. And that's given me some good scope for reflection. Sorry, I'm in you. And in that scope, I have to really question the relevance of the format. Yeah, this little book on the online page that's written very traditionally, yeah, what value is it adding? I've been asked, it's prompted me to think about the process of publishing as well, and the peer review, and who has the power for what gets published and what doesn't, and whose voice is heard in that publication. It's got such a focus on the referencing tradition, yeah, and actually there's a really small percentage of this world cares about that. It's quite niche. Yeah. It is a cost, again, when we start looking at the opportunity costs of publishing in your own journal. It's also, once it's done, it's static. There's no adaptation, it's out there, it's solid, it's fixed, it's not agile, it's not going to adapt. And the press and the movement and change relates to the previous slide. But also to me, even although it was it's a sustainable practice themed journal, is it really doing what it could do to the big picture, the big purpose of education. Yeah? And I'm left with those questions running around in my head, not necessarily all with answers, but certainly lots of questions. So I've looked for some inspiration to try and sort out those quandaries in my head, yeah? And there's been a few different places. I've looked towards sustainability models. I've looked towards the idea of what might the future look like in a more speculative rather than a planning way. This is something Sam referred to in our talk next door earlier. What could the new rules, and there are some models there of how to set up new rules for how something could be done. I've looked at a manifesto that some of Sam's work from a couple of years ago for transformational mindsets, and I've also reflected on some of my learning from working on the Bachelor's in Leadership for Change here at Otago Polytechnic. So first of all, when you look at sustainability models, if we compare two different ways of doing things, one being egocentric and the other being ecocentric, almost by definition, that having our name on that citation and being focused on authorship, publication, academic publication, is an egocentric system. Yeah? So I'll start thinking, what would it look like if we took the emphasis away from the publisher at the centre and pushed more of the emphasis towards what it actually says and its purpose? If we look at speculative futuring, yeah, do robots dream of electric sheep is a question that was asked in the book that inspired Blade Runner. Yeah, and Blade Runner to some extent was a speculative futuring about androids taking over the world, which coincidentally the original Blade Runner was set in 2019, so that was how someone thought today's world would look like. Thankfully didn't get it quite right. Yeah, so moving away from moving towards having multiple ideas of what the future might look like, yeah, and looking for foresights and ideas based more on a world view and a vision of how things could be necessarily than on data and a trend of something you already know is happening. And this is some work from Future Navigators, a Danish group of researchers and publishers. And they've used this model of the new rules. Yeah? And this is in relation a lot to do with the new rules of learning. And while some of the themes are and are not relevant to my thinking for this, the model definitely is, and I've pinched this model in my thinking quite a lot. The idea of moving in themes from a current status quo, which has been really clearly portrayed in the previous presentation, to what the new rules could be. And transformational mindset is some work that Sam did that links into a similar model, yeah, but has a really clear spectrum of, for example, are we going to focus on processes or are we going to focus on people? And this got a strong link back to the Agile Manifesto and how we might think about design. The Bachelor's in Leadership for Change is a programme here at Otago Polytechnic, coming towards the end of its second year. It is designed because we realised that learners wanted to have more purpose, yeah, in their mission when they left their education. Yeah, there was a growing feeling of I want more than just my bit of paper, I want to see the real purpose in what I'm doing in my study and my work, a bigger purpose. Yeah. We also saw that there was more demand for them to be able to self-determine what they wanted to do. Yeah. And that's things that we've integrated into that programme. So we have a huge range of different purpose-driven learners in there, and they are definitely quite future-focused. So we did some very small pilot project with them where we ran a Delphi group to work out what are the themes for the future that they thought were going to be most significant to their future. And the results that they came up with were quite surprising. It was a 3-stage Delphi group. First stage came up with a huge list of themes for the future. The second stage was them working out what's their criteria to work out the significance in the future. And then as a group they worked out all a long list of things they thought were going to impact upon them and split that into 4 different groups of significance. The lines up here are what they saw as the most significant themes and their foresights for their future that they speculate will have the biggest impact on them. They're not listed in any order on the screen. That is the group that was the most significant. From that, I've had a couple of questions about where's climate change, and their response is that that's not a future issue, that's today. So from there, that gave me some insights about what are the themes and the changes in paradigm we're going to see in the future. This is my idea of how the different themes and different trends that we might see in academic publishing. So with the current status quo in the middle, and then just like the new rules, going off at different angles and trends. So let's start at the top. From paywalls to open. We've already established that. Probably don't need to cover that anymore. £2,000 to publish your own article, to not be able to access it doesn't seem like a great deal. From privileged trust to equitable trust. Who do we trust to review what should and shouldn't be published?
2 people, that's all you need.
2 people, that's all you need. 2 people who often fit quite a tight demographic profile. So again, we're starting to see, if I link back to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, there is systematic inequities embedded in what we're doing. And if we look at what the Leadership for Change learners were saying, there's a shift in that paradigm in the world. Will journals be left behind, or will they be able to trust other people outside of that small group? From ownership to openness. I guess linking to what I said earlier about having your name on it, I own this. Actually, it's a contribution that's into the ocean of knowledge. We start thinking about the knowledge as an ecosystem. We no longer own that tree or that plant. It's just part of the ecosystem. We might have planted it, but we don't own it. From defining to generating. When we publish an article, that's it, it's done, it's published, it's there. If we start looking at towards things like AI, to take that and link it and adapt it to things that are coming up in new research. If we look at AI being able to harvest, and for example, the way they're looking at journalism at the moment, there's unlikely to be a whole lot of journalists in the future because AI will be producing the articles based on what's posted on social media and observed elsewhere. Is there an academic AI that could start doing the same things? Will there be automatic meta-studies that are generated there? So it's no longer saying here's the one solid thing that's produced, here's some colour into the water, and let things reorganise themselves. I think from print to online is a no-brainer. I can see that happening in a lot of journals. There are still, I guess, I have an ongoing discussion with design and art, where they have really good reasons to have beautiful hard copy of their images and what they have, and that's fine, but that's actually quite a small percentage of the journals that are out there. So to online, and then that also enables all of the other more easily accessible features. And linking back to the ways of knowing. Generally, journals are discipline specific. I'm going to double up on some of this here. And within that discipline, there's generally a prevalent paradigm. not exclusively, but there often is a prevalent paradigm. And even within different journals within that discipline, there's even more of a niche. Yeah, and it's not too hard to see that that could perhaps create an echo chamber. Yeah, so if we are starting to see things more open, less siloed, yeah, then is it possible to see that perhaps more different paradigms will be seen standing side by side in the same journal? Yeah, more different disciplines, yeah, whether it be transdisciplinary, different disciplines in the same thing, is actually the siloed model of having this hierarchy of disciplines and journals within disciplines and subgroups within those disciplines outdated? And should it actually be looking back at that ecosystem where everything is interlinked, and the idea of individual journals is something to retire? On this point here, from literature to context, we have a huge emphasis on academic literature. From two aspects that I've been exposed to, from Kaupapa Maori and also from professional practice learning, that's only one slice of ways of knowing about something. Yeah? It doesn't embrace the huge value in the oral tradition, and neither does it embrace all the learning that comes from doing and practicing. So will a more open, a more adaptive, more versatile model of journal in the future also include all of those ways of knowing and link into them? This, I guess, is my summary. So, a whole lot of trends, changes not just in education and not just in research, but changes in society. Changes that impact on how we see knowledge and how we see knowing. More inclusive, more equitable, more available, more accessible. There's a lot of features that I've just listed that are already there. I'm unaware of an example that embraces them all together in one model. And I believe that it is that sort of complexity of a new model that will create a tipping point where we start seeing some real change in how people can access and publish and share their knowledge. Yeah, so each individual arrowing out probably won't make a revolution or a real disruptive change. But when we start seeing many of those trends having an impact, perhaps speculating for the future, we will see a tipping point and a change in what journals look like when they're more open. Any questions?
Yep. Well, thanks for your presentation, by the way. It was really interesting. I was going to ask a question, a couple of questions actually. I'm thinking about the poor academic that has to go through and demonstrate their research capacities and high-ranking journals, and now we're getting this open online, and so with the quality aspect, you know, and where should they be publishing? So where do you see the future for those sorts of people? Should we just be publishing in journals which focus on transdisciplinary approaches? Did we value that more in society? Do we focus on specific medical type research, which is very narrow in its focus? What do we value? That's the question.
Yeah, and I think it is, I guess, a point that my learners pointed me towards was it's valuing more diverse ways of knowing. Yeah, so will specific things disappear? I've got no idea. Yeah, but will more network transdisciplinary or post-disciplinary things emerge? That I would put money on that. I'm in the process of doing my doctorate of professional practice. Yeah, despite having a slightly dodgy supervisor, it seems to be going okay so far. Yeah. One of the outputs I want to make from that is a book. Yeah, I can see absolutely no reason at all why I would consider going through a publishing house to put that book out. Why? Yeah. So there's, I think there's accepted traditional ways of doing things that are ready to be challenged. Yeah.
There's an interesting link in terms of quality that we're going through exactly
thought process about the nature of the thesis.
Okay. Yeah.
Why do we have this proto-monologue giant book of a doctoral thesis?
Yep.
It doesn't need to be. It needs to be a coherent way of the learner making a claim and providing evidence for doctorateness.
Sure.
Does that need to be a thesis? Apparently not. Well, we're arguing not.
If you ever get the chance to read Nick Susanna's Unflattering, there is a copy in the library here. Yeah, that's his PhD thesis presented entirely in cartoon.
Sorry?
Have you come across the Public Knowledge Project or the Open Humanities Library in relation to this?
No, but I'd love to. Did you want to expand more on that, or?
So that's where Junctures, the Journal of Thematic Dialogue sits in terms of this model, I think.
Yeah.
It also accepts discourses that aren't purely academic,
Yeah.
and we also publish things that aren't text-based.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Ray, do you want to respond?
No, I think that I'm not aware of it. I know Juncture, but I didn't know that, so that's fantastic.
Cool, well, thanks for a really engaging and challenging, in a really positive way, talk. Just to follow up on Gentleman over there's question, something that I heard that was I thought was emerging from the question was how do current practitioners and academics who are bound within the existing structures, hierarchical, ridiculously outmoded that they are, but that many practitioners and scholars are bound within, who would like to see speculative futures like this emerge, how do they start to support, encourage, promote the sorts of directions that this happen while maintaining and existing within a structure that requires them to do certain sorts of things in certain sorts of ways?
I don't have an answer to that yet, and I guess I'm going to play my get out of jail free card and go back to the start and say I'm new to this and this is my observations as a novice. I think in terms of persuasive arguments and evidence, the more examples like you've just given of Junctures, that show some changes happening and the impact of that, used in impact in its broader term rather than the academic journal citation counting way. For example, and I know ResearchGate does some to this, if we start having 1,000 people having comment or tag on an article, is that more positive, more powerful peer review than the two academics from the same clique? And if we can start having that evidence to show the shift and the change and the additional meaning, then I guess that's a start to build some case for it. But I don't have the experience to say that's the way to do it.
Kia ora, Ray. Just wanted to explore with you a bit your idea of attributing authorship. I wasn't quite sure whether you were saying that we should totally give up on the idea of attributing authorship or whether it's the ownership that goes, because there are advantages in authorship being acknowledged as terms of the person taking responsibility, being accountable for what they're publishing, and also for us to go behind the scenes and find out where that person is coming from in the message that they're putting out in their publication. So I just wanted to clarify what you meant by, becoming less egocentric.
You got your step count?
I'm getting fit.
I think if I point back to the Agile Manifesto and the transformational mindset work, it's not about rejecting one and accepting the other. It's about showing a preference or an emphasis of one. So at the moment, I would say that the dial on our balance there is very strongly towards egocentric, and it's a shifting towards ecocentric. Yeah? Whether that means completely anonymised identity, indistinguishable within there, who knows? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Yeah, but it's a shifting of the dial more from one preference to another rather than a rejection of the first.
When you talked about this current structure we've got, which is very siloed, that actually goes back to the 1950s and back to the reaction of angry young people to an existing oppressive structure, which was a smaller number of journals controlled by editorial boards around scholarly societies and so on. So commercial publishers got in and realised that there were all these disciplines forming very, very quickly that couldn't get their research into journals. So the siloing happened because of that. A lot of it was done by Robert Maxwell, best known these days as father of Guy Lane. But there was a tension between what was happening, and it realigned to fit with the actual kind of underlying academic structures. But unfortunately, the process was captured by a small number of academic publishers, which then commercial publishers, which then turned into an even smaller number. But the capture has continued. So what do you think about the idea perhaps that whether academia has now been captured by that commercial structure and needs to restructure itself, or that there's now a misalignment? I know that's a kind of big statement as well as a question.
Yeah. I might have to sit cross legs for a few days to think about that one.
Yeah. Has academia been captured by big commercial considerations? That's definitely another talk. And I think I don't think I'm in any position to speak on behalf of the whole of academia. It appears to me, from my relatively novice researcher perspective, that there are pockets that clearly sit outside and are untouchable by that commercial interest, and others that are fully invested in it. But I couldn't speak on all of academia.
What you're saying suggests might be maybe that it has been.
Yeah.
Suffering a kind of bit of creaking or seismic shift, or bit of creaking.
Yeah.
Sort of a seismic shift.
But I mean, we know that education is heading for some disruption. Yeah. I guess the question is, will research and academic journals go with that disruption and change and morph, or will they still creak along?
I think we have our theme for our next conference. We'll just take one more question.
I was just going to comment that already there's quite a variation in what's expected in things like even just journals. So from different professions, there are differences, and it amazes me. I come from the health field; everything has to be backed up, supported by important researchers from wherever, even if it's a statement like the sky is blue, it has to be there. Whereas other professions, this is in an interpretational group myself, people from the design field, for instance, they love to tell narratives, they can tell stories, they can do things like that, and it's okay, which is really interesting. So already we have quite a divergent ways of believing what is good knowledge within the different professions.
Yeah, but I guess within each of those, professions,
accepting that diverse range of different ways of knowing isn't so common. Yeah, it's a prevalent paradigm of what is knowledge. Yeah, and for example, in working on COEP, our journal, the fact that we were looking at sustainable practice, we had people from many, many different disciplines contributing. All in different styles and wanting to reference in different styles as well, and provide evidence in different styles. and they can sit together. They can, yeah, and it doesn't have to be a, this is our patch, so you're going to have to write it this way. Yeah, they can.
Thank you, and I apologise for cutting this short because I can see there's still questions that need to be answered. Perhaps lunchtime there can be a continuing discussion. Thank you very much. It is much, I know. Exactly, it does. You know. That was a nice segue, Ray. It is lunchtime, and so we are bang on time, and we will also wait for our colleagues coming through from the next room. More than welcome to please make your way out to the lunch area, have a wee stretch and have a wee mingle. We will wait for our colleagues, and we will also wait for Ron to bless the kai for us. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I'll just be one more little thing, if I stop talking now. After lunch at 1:30, we'll all be converging back into this one room where we have 2 keynote presentations. Thank you.
Sure.
What Rick is going to
I mean, the Elsevier thing, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I must say, it's quite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, so it's literally I've got 3 books with notes that once we've done the underline, so I'm just writing it up. I've got a model written text, written text on one axis, and the other axis is the linear. And so at the top right hand corner of that is the standard thesis. And then you can remove the writing through the linearity box, and that distributes all the things, all numbers, say, this is for learners. In the learning group, they're going to say this is what I'm aiming for, this is how I'm not. And then when you've chosen that, and this is what I'm going to be doing, then we've got a list of about 10 things which you may or may not be doing, but you can investigate next dimensions to that. So if collective ways of knowing is a thing that you're going to be coming up with, how does that relate to actually writing single yes. Doing interactive collective, it's actually make it easier to have collective ways of knowing. And then, so that's sort of like very collective. And then, how does that format enable you to make the claims of documents? So the assumption is that it's either a standard thesis or a creative work with an exegesis. The exegesis is like an any thesis that has the critical commentary of the creative work. So you produce your play or film, whatever it is, and you write a thesis that describes it. And I'm trying to avoid that. It might be appropriate for some people, but I don't want that to be the default fallback position. So it'd be like saying, yeah, you can do an oral presentation and write a thesis. Well, that's not living up to what we do. And in fact, if it's an oral, there's no reason why you couldn't do an oral, which is essentially reading a thesis. So if you've written your thesis in detail, you decided, okay, it's appropriate to writing well, we stand up and read it. Then the one that we require extra stuff that's already there. And so like Nick Susanus, his comic book thesis is essentially a text thesis that was being partially. So why are we saying you need to produce enough document that doesn't include commentary?
Once again, it's balance, isn't it? It's that whole sort of work with text.
Yeah.
It's that whole sort of so text is privileged by being another way of transmitting knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we days away from having actual paper, because we need to have some urgency, because still have, I've got to hang around the problem, but the solution is the best place to come. Is, and I'm desperate to come up with a solution. I just can't create this. It might be that we don't end up having things like that, but I don't like to not think about it until somebody else. I tell you, I struggle with it. So I was the totally confident on it. I'm totally comfortable with desperate for something to do that's like the multi-column pieces, the stories that I was trying, the multi-column, all those sorts of things. I just added it from back of the board, all of those things. But my line of uncomfortable was in terms of not doing that way. An answer is that
tētahi rā kihinonga me tētahi hangarau koi ora hau. E ngana ana tā rātou.
not, I've got up to date on all of the journal.
Good to go.
Yeah, I think so.
What we might, because this is parallel.
Yeah, I think I'm going to tell people just to sort of break up, and then I can sort of move around as needed. Along with, I was going to find a volunteer who knows how to play poker to help the different tables. So.
And a good place is also audience.
Yes, that's what I was going to do. Is who in the audience knows how to play Texas Hold'em poker? Yeah, I'm not either, but I have become at least passable.
Fair enough. Oh, we don't have to.
No, I think we've still got a little bit of time to really grab it.
This was just such a good idea.
Oh yeah, wasn't it? And it's gone over so well. We're also doing the copyright game. It's been adapted by Melanie Johnson into New Zealand law, so we're doing that now as our workshops as well.
Oh.
Yeah, so when we're doing like the long workshops, we don't do any longer than 4 hours now with a break in the middle. We do first the copyright game and then this. So, which goes really well. People like it.
Because unfortunately,
it can be extremely dry and boring. But with the game, I think it's a little bit better. And it's also fairly scenario-based. And it encourages people to think in terms of risk and to think about the interaction between licenses and the exceptions and limitations.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, it's the transition to more game-based stuff has gone really well. But there's still only so much you can do with the material.
How's the campaign going?
I think it's going really well, actually. We've gotten more than 100 signatures, I think. But more than that, so that's not actually a metric that anyone's really caring about. Our media engagements have been really good, and we've had significant media engagements.
Very well.
Yeah.
So
we had the #1 article from the spin-off that week. So, I mean, we did good. So, yeah.
Radio and Z spots.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, so that is the thing that people actually care about, and that has all gone really well. So, Internet Museum is very happy. Stats is, their CD is leaving.
I was on that.
They fucked up the census, so she got panned. So things there have been terrible. It's impossible to get with anyone there because they literally just don't answer emails. When they do, they're like, I can't say or do anything right now. So I think until they get a new CEN, things are just going to be that. But we've fulfilled our obligations to them. So.
And to be fair to Stats New Zealand, their risk in terms of funding is really low.
Yeah.
So you can be glad that you're not being caught up in the crossfire.
Yeah, no, I think we've done a really good job of having good relationships, particularly with the Manawatu, which, since they were the loudest stats critic at least, having that sort of existing relationship has been really valuable and really useful. So it'll be interesting to see who replaces Liz.
Right, let me start herding.
All right, sounds good.
Herding the crowd.
a passive session.
At least when you frame it like this to start, there's nothing worse than sitting down and thinking you're going to be passive and then discovering.
Yes. No. This is going to be the opposite of.
People sitting and wondering.
Kia ora, good afternoon everyone and welcome back to, is this on? Oh, no worries. Welcome back, yes, it's back on. So welcome back from lunch and to the next exciting episode of open education here. It's my privilege to be able to introduce you to Mandy Henk, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Toa Toa. Mandy is really doing some amazing work in moving the open scholarship agenda forward here in New Zealand. As a side note, I had the pleasure of first meeting Mandy when she was previously public lead of Creative Commons Aotearoa New Zealand, when they were still hosted with the OER Foundation. And with changes in the global network structure, we are very pleased that Toa Toa was able to move to the next phase of its journey to become an independent entity. So I was very pleased when I asked Mandy would she come to Dunedin and help us out a little around some of the Creative Commons licenses, but in a fun way. So we're going to have a little bit of fun this afternoon, and it gives me great pleasure to invite Mandy to the podium. Thank you very much, Mandy.
Hello. I'm Mandy. Okay. Oh, cool. Yes, I would actually. So, before we have fun, there's a 20-page report that I'd like you all to read and report back on. So, part of our work at Toa Toa has been moving forward the conversation around open access here in Aotearoa. We've had a public campaign going on now for a couple of months. This report here is sort of the center of that, and I would encourage you all to take a copy and read it. But we also have released some videos around it. Not everyone gets into reading what is in fact a very well footnoted 20-page report. Other people learn and engage in different ways. So we also made some videos. And before we get into games, let's watch a movie. You ready to roll?
I mōhio rānei koe, ko ngā kaupapa ranga hau Pākihi matua, me ngā mōhio e utu ana e ngā kaiutu tāke o Aotearoa, e rakaina ana ki muri pātu e ngā kamupene tūmata whaiti. whakaarohia tētahi rā kihinonga me tētahi hangarau koi ora hou. E ngana ana tā rātou kimi whakautu ki te whakatika whare kaore I pai te hanga, e whakamāwiwi ana I te tangata. He maha ngā rangahau e hāngai ana, engari me utu ki te tiki atu. Me pēhea tā rātou whakahaumi I te hauora me te oranga o Aotearoa ki te kore e āhei te tiki atu I ene mō hiohio. Me whakamana e te kāwanatanga o Aotearoa ngā āhenga tūwhera ki ngā tahua rangahau tūmata whānui. E taia ai e a mātou kiahanga, kai Pākihi hoki te whakopātea I a rātou anō ki te āwhina I a Aotearoa me ona raru. E ora ake ai tātou. Mehe mea e utu ana te tūmata whānui, me wāhi hoki te tūmata whānui ki te āhenga tūwhera ki ngā mātauranga e hiahia tia ana. E awhina ai ngā rā kihinonga ki te hanga Pākihi pakari, Pākihi angitu. Whānui tia tā mātou rīwhata, wai tō utia tā mātou tauaki. Wai hoki, tohaina tēnei tere ngā mātou e whakautu ana I tō tautoko. Mo te roanga o ngā kōrero, tirohia te paitukutuku tohatoha.org.nz.
And you guys can all go to our website now and download a copy of the report, watch the remaining videos in the series, and we did make some in English too, so that they would be accessible to everyone. And then you can sign the declaration that we have. The declaration is available both in English and Te Reo Māori, and we hope that it will express what we feel and what you feel about the importance of openness and about the importance to open access to scholarship. But what I was actually invited here to do is fun. We can have fun. So, part of what we do at Toha Toha is we teach a lot of people. We teach librarians, we teach civil servants, we teach teachers about copyright law and how to understand it. We also teach them about the Creative Commons licenses, how to apply them, how to use them, and how they work in general. I don't know if you guys have ever had the opportunity to learn about copyright before, but it's known for being a fairly dry subject. People don't sort of line up and get excited when you tell them that you're coming for a copyright training. So one of the ways that we've worked to make it a more enjoyable experience is by gamifying it. This game was designed by Cam Finley, and what we're going to do is give you guys a chance to play it. You should all have handouts. You should have 2 handouts. One has a lot of instructions for how to play. If you follow that step by step, you can't go wrong. The other one is the scenarios. So if we could get the PowerPoint or the Google thing. What are those even called? The Google presentation. Is it up now? Oh, perfect. Do I have control to make it change? Oh, I have to stand up here. Brilliant. So, Cam Finley designed this game a few years ago, and then we took a look at it, made some adjustments, and we had Mohawk Media design what a really beautiful set of cards that you're all going to have an opportunity to take a peek at. And if you would like to take some home with you, talk to me. They're very, very affordable. So the way that this game works, who here has played Texas Hold'em poker before? Yes, some people have. Sometimes no people have, and that can be a little bit of a challenge. So if you're familiar with Texas Hold'em poker, you'll be familiar with this. Oops, let me go back. Go on. So there are 4 different license elements to the Creative Commons licenses. There are 4 different suites in a deck of cards. You combine your cards with shared cards that are in the middle. I don't know what that's called in poker. Does anyone remember? No? Well, here we call it the commons. So you're able to draw from both the cards that you hold as well as the cards that are in the commons. And then you try and get both the correct license for the scenario as well as the highest number of points. So we are going to do an example round, and then you guys are going to divide into groups. Take a deck of cards in your handouts, go somewhere comfy, and then play, and I will circulate around, and I will also ask for a volunteer who knows how to play Texas Hold'em poker, who would volunteer to help me redirect groups and make sure that everyone is able to play. So So think about that if you're good at poker. So here's our first scenario, right? Bob is a political cartoonist. He likes to get his message out to others. So what does he want others to be able to do? Sharing, he wants people to be able to share their cartoons on social media timelines, but he wants to reserve his rights to publish his cartoons in paid magazines, and he wants to ensure that when shared, others retain his cartoons in their original form. What's the right license for this, guys? Non-commercial, no derivatives, exactly. So the way that you know that, so if we go back here, he wants people to be able to share his cartoons, so that's good. He wants to reserve his rights to publish cartoons in paid magazines, so that means that he needs a non-commercial license, because he wants to retain his commercialization rights. And he wants to ensure that when they share it, others retain his cartoons in their original form. He doesn't want people making derivative works of these. So in this case, a non-commercial, no derivative license is the appropriate one. So if we were doing this in the context of a round, here's how that would work. So we have two players. Player A has a 9 of spades and a CC BY symbol. Does everyone here know what the CC BY symbol means? The CC BY symbol means attribution. So when you see that, it's part of every single CC license, and what it means is that you have to attribute. And then they also have a queen of diamonds with an equal sign. Who here knows what the equal sign means in the context of a Creative Commons license? Yes, loud?
No derivatives.
It means no derivatives. So no derivatives and an equal sign. And then over here, poor player B got a 3 of hearts with a share alike. That little arrow thing means share alike. It is super complicated. If you really want me to explain it, I will, but I'm not going to do it right now. And then a 4 of, thank you. I'm like, they're not called clovers. I'm not here at all. So a 4 of clubs. And then the sign with the money, that is a non-commercial. So what makes sense here is for that person who has more, probably that person should discard. But before they decide whether they want to draw or discard, they have to look at what's in the middle. The shared cards here is called the commons. And there's a 6 of hearts, share alike, a 9 of diamonds, no derivatives, jack of hearts, share alike. So in making the license, anyone can use those, and multiple people can use the same card. So, oops, wrong button. There we go. So player B is like, no, dealer, I don't want these cards, give me better cards. So player B this time gets a 2 of spades by, a queen of clubs, no non-commercial. And player A, we continue. Oops, wrong button. Player A then decides, no, I think I can maybe do better. That king of spades comes out, the king of spades with the by symbol. On the second go round, they get an ace of hearts, share alike, a queen of diamonds, no derivatives. They have the ace of diamonds, no derivatives. And then the queen of clubs, non-commercial. Does anyone know who's going to win? Assume aces are high. So here's how the points work out for this. They decide to discard. They end up with 2 aces. And now we have, they use the, player A uses the queen that they have in their hand, and then the 2 kings that are down there. And how many points do they end up with? They're each worth 10. 30, very good. So what they end up with here is they're able to make the license, and they have 30 points. So the next group, player B, oh, no, is there not another one? There's not another one. So we'll go on. So they've got 30. And then player B here ends up with the aces, which are worth more than the kings, and the king there. So they end up with, I believe, 50 points. So you have to make both the license and get the highest number of points. So it's a little bit tricky. It's not as easy as just trying to make the license. We actually tried that and it went super fast and wasn't fun as a game. So Cam was like, nope, we have to add back in the points. And I was like, okay. So when you start the gameplay, I am going to have the decks of cards. I think you've already been divided into groups, yes?
I can help with it.
Okay, perfect. Wayne is going to help with that. Someone should be the dealer of the cards. You're going to need to shuffle. You're going to need to shuffle well because they're very fresh decks straight from the printer and they've never been used before. So shuffle, and then you deal 2 cards to each player, and those are their private cards. 3 cards go down in the middle, and what's that called? Commons. The commons, yes. And then you take turns around the table of discarding and drawing cards to build a license. I am going to hover and assist with this. This is my day job, and I do it a lot, so feel free to ask questions. And if I haven't made it to you yet, like, wave really big, and I will jump over and help you with it. So, before we do that, the scenarios that you have in front of you are scenarios that I've written. I gave you my generic scenarios because I didn't know who you were going to be, right? But we also have specific scenarios that we use with students, and we have specific scenarios that we use with teachers, and I have specific scenarios that I use with the Department of Conservation because I went to the workshop with them and I got really into the prep for that. But if you have ideas for scenarios, send them my way, and I'm happy to start incorporating them into the work that we do. So, without further ado, shall we divide up and let everyone play?
So, folk, when you came in this morning, we distributed the participant list, and on there is a group assignment number. And that is the group that you'll be in for playing your game. So if you bring that out, you'll see which group you are in. So let me just quickly ask, I'm going to need a bit of help from the participants here. Is Emma Allen here in the room? Not. So let me do it this way. Chris is in the room, I know that. If you can just hold this one up. So the idea is, so you know what group to go to. There's number 1. If you're number 1, you go to that group. Let's go to number 2. Catherine is here. She can help me with this. Yep. Group 3, Amy Beans. Perfect. Group 4.
Thank you.
Kristen Bracey. Thank you. Tess Brace, left flat. So when we said that's a group 5, you go to the next one in group 5. David Finney in the room. Mark is absent. Helen Jeffrey. Helen Jeffrey's not in the room. Yes, terrible name. Which group is it? Next on the number 5 list. Oh, you're in group 5. What do we do this? Anyone in group 6? Yes. Quicker and easier, eh? Group 7? Anyone in group 7?
Group 6 over here.
Group 6.
Yeah, group 7. Group 8?
7.
Cheers. Group 9? Anyone in group 9? Anyone in group 10? Yeah. And 11? Anyone in group 11? Right, find your number, everyone.
If your group is very small,
What's a small group? Is 3 a small group?
Yeah.
Oh, we got 4. You and you. We need.
If your group is very very small. You want about 4 to 6 people in a group ideally. Feel free to combine with a more populous group.
So, I've got the carrot, so I'll be dealing.
And you don't have to stay in this room. Outside, for example. I don't know if you can get out there, but feel free to like wander a bit. You feel confident here?
I mean, I'm a bit hazy on the rules of the game. In terms of the licenses, I'm fine with.
Okay, good. That's fine. That's
I'm not going to go for that. Right, so we're going to learn a lot today.
excellent. So
Aim of the game is to learn.
Today to break that
the
point.
goal of the game is to learn about the licenses. Or to have fun. You can do them both together, you know. Alright, in that case I'm going to leave you with okay.
Sean,
Our table is now good way for you.
that's okay, I'm fine. I can
I'm sure I can play shuffleboard reasonably
Oh, I'd be sitting on the floor like that, don't you?
This is an impressive sort of card table.
You know?
We're going to play Snatch.
So I give everybody,
it's just nothing to do.
give everybody
I
two.
won!
Give everybody two.
Right.
Commons are face up in the middle as I understand it.
It's not a commons I'm going to expropriate for my own use. It's a
It
commons.
stays
in the
there.
commons.
Yes.
Yeah.
In other words, it is actually a commons.
A commons,
like you
yeah.
said.
And you're
Right, so-
trying with your hand to...
And we have to select a scenario. I'll do that.
Oh,
so
right.
so I'll read out the scenario.
And what are the actual cards we're collecting? What's it aiming
So you need to match.
Trying to match the
What,
license.
so first we'll look at the scenario.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't know about Texas. What's the point of the card? Am I trying to get seats? Am I trying to get numbers? Am I trying to get...
I mean, normally in poker you'd be trying to get a pair or a three of a kind or a full house, whatever. So they've just supplement, substituted that for the types of license. And then the numbers on the cards are just to represent the number of points. So if you get the same flying pair and you have a pair, it means whoever gets more points wins. Right. Okay, so scenario 2. Tui works for a company that builds science kits for school children to use in the classroom. Tui's job is to choose a license for the instructional handouts that teachers can download from the website. Teachers need to be able to make copies, share the handouts share the handouts and adapt them to different ages and abilities. Tui does not want teachers to be able to sell the handouts. So what license should Tui release them under? Shall I repeat that? So you've got to be able, teachers need to be able to get them from the website, copy them, share them, and adapt them, but you're not allowed to make money. So it's got to be non-commercial. Attribution is a requirement of all of them anyway, so it's attribution to non-commercial.
My question is, we actually want to share alike or not?
Doesn't seem to be. And you do need to be able to adapt them for different methods and abilities. So therefore there's no derivatives is not one of the options. So in this case there's actually only 2 license elements, I believe. Attribution. And the other one we said was non-commercial. Because of the, so it's that one. Yep.
So what's it?
So let's show the that's it.
We're trying to collect those in our...
Oh, what they represent? Yeah, so that's attribution by...
Well, that's not
That's not commercial. That's no derivative, so you just can't change it at all.
Doesn't matter if we lose.
No.
Right. The only other one is the share alike. She can really explain what share alike is. Share alike is... If you're familiar with open source software, where basically a license will often say, you're allowed to copy my code, but you also, the copy you make, you have to distribute under the same open license, so that other people can rebuild your code.
Yeah, so it's easier to share it on the same basis with what's provided to you. So if someone gives it to you and says, you can't change it, I can't make money from it, but you can do anything else, then you have, and then they say you have to share it on the same basis.
give it to other people on the same way they're going to share to you.
So to take,
no, but then you have to say to other people that you share with, you can't change the share rate, and so on and so on. Yeah.
So to give
Because
an
otherwise,
example like this one,
share with you, and then you could unshare it and completely undo the license set up.
so like for this one, for example, if I write a book and I release it under this license, anyone can change it, money from it. All they have to do is say that I made it. So this actually happens with things like people release things under an attribution rate license, and with some of those slightly dodgy academic publishers like Lambert Academic Publishing, if you ever heard of them, they send spammy emails. They will publish student theses in print form, and people find them on Amazon and argue. It's totally free for them to copy that thesis. They didn't have to get permission of the author of the thesis.
Wow.
They just had an attribution license.
And so was they exploiting the fact that the student wanted to publish
Yeah.
their thesis?
So is it because the
Yes.
student didn't think to put
The student could put a non-commercial license on it, and if they had, then that would have prevented these people from doing that thing.
Well, it might not have prevented it, but it would have given them
Legally, it would have been wrong.
They should
It's 2002. They were put somewhere in there.
So before that, I published stuff. Anyone can steal or take off unless I put a license on it. Is that
The
right?
reason you choose this license is because you don't care.
Right. But what if what protection do I have if I don't get any license? So
Oh, that's all rights reserved. So therefore, no one can really copy it without.
But do I have to register somebody to do
No,
it?
it's automatic.
Right, so it's automatic. So only when I start a license,
Correct.
Yeah.
So when you start licensing, you're indicating what you want to be able to happen with the material you're copying.
So it's a conscious choice to make it free
Right, okay.
on
But in the
purpose.
essence of the license,
It's a lot
you're not
of
allowed to.
standard copyright rules apply,
Right,
so
right,
no
right.
copying, no
Okay,
distribution,
so,
no.
right,
So that's why it's sometimes called some rights reserved, because the default under law is all rights reserved. You know, basically a bit of quotation and the odd bit of copying, that's fine, but just a little snippets. And then this is some rights reserved, and so the other end of the continuum is no rights, like a Dickens novel or a Shakespeare play, there's no rights in that anymore. Okay, alright, so we've decided we need attribution and non-commercial. Right?
Okay, we've got that. So now the purpose.
So we've got 3 attributions in the middle.
So we need to try and get a non.
I didn't shuffle them very well, did I? Because that's 19 and 10. Alright, so you guys need to look at your cards and decide, do you have the elements you need, or are you going to discard?
Can I get rid of just one, or do I get rid of both?
You can get rid of none, one, or both.
And we just
discard them in the
Yeah.
Alright, so I think I go in the order I dealt, which is to my left, so would you like your cards? And I guess tactics come into it if you've actually got them already, but it's a really low card and you want to get a high card.
No, build the license.
So aces
You
are
also
aces
need
are the highest. And
the highest.
So kings, queens, jacks and tens will all be worth 10 points.
So I'm going to discard one. I'd like. So if I discard one, I can ask for one, right?
Yes. Just pop it in the middle. Don't trust. I guess.
Secret. And I like one.
Okay.
I didn't like one. Oh, yes, I did. That's right.
What do you
put an order in for it. I know, but now I've got what
He's
it means. But I don't like. Okay, yeah, I want one thing.
Yes, just put it in. All right. I'm not sure how many rounds we.
I know, because I don't like the size.
I think possibly you only need one.
What happens with the comments is usually you add one to the comments each round.
Oh, do the discounts go in the comments? Oh no, I add to the comments.
I think you add to the do we add to the comments, or do the discards go in the comments, or?
Cards from the deck go into the comments.
Yeah.
Okay, so
once they've all done a round, I put one more in the middle.
Yep.
So it's growing the comments.
Oh, joking.
We're always growing the comments. So, and I just had another group say, "What if you can make the license from what's in the comments?" And I said, "Then do that." And then they were like, "But everyone would win." And I was like, "Yes,
everyone wins.
we can all win. We
But
all
I guess
win when it's in the
you
comments."
could still possibly have a higher value.
Yeah, you could still also. Everyone could not win, and one person could still win. But not in that case because it was.
But
all
it doesn't stop
aces.
everyone else copying.
It does not. No.
It just means that you win the game.
Exactly. Yes.
So.
And I'm not playing, I'm a dealer. So I put that here.
Okay. Because I'm wondering what I can do now. We've decided on the license that we need is attribution, non-commercial.
Okay.
So what was
So obviously you've got attribution covered. This is a random that we won't talk about at the moment.
Attribution.
Well, it says CC0.
It does say CC0, and this is
Which
where I
think is
explain
quite
what
specific,
CC0
but yeah,
is. But it is something you see as a user, which is why it's important for people to see it. But you can't use it if you're a New Zealand government worker.
And you can't use this in this scenario because we need an attribution non-commercial license, and this is a different thing.
Yes.
I'll explain what it is in a minute, but ignore it for now. It's
So
irrelevant to our
the purpose
license.
of helping us to understand the game, because it does. We all want to win, and we don't know who wins.
Yes.
What we're looking for here, we still have nothing.
You still need a non-commercial.
Yeah, so if I were doing this, I would trash that one and I would keep that one. But I'm extremely risk averse. I mean, you could trash both and hope. It really depends on your risk comfort level.
And how many rounds do we do?
As many scenarios as you have.
Oh, but if we're on one scenario.
Three
iterations.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Arguably, maintaining the commons is a risk-averse behaviour.
It is.
Rebuilding and maintaining.
Yes, see?
So put your down. Or are you supposed to keep? You do discount. You're only supposed to do 2 at any time. You're going to keep one around. Okay, all right, I'll put another one in the commons. And we've got a no derivatives, so that's not relevant to the license. You're sticking?
Other groups?
Yeah.
I've got it now. Okay, it's worked out.
You're going to go for 2.
I have one.
There you are. Alright, so I think that's 3 iterations.
Yep.
And I guess I should still be putting one more in
Yeah.
the commons. That is a share alike, which is irrelevant to the license in this scenario.
So now we have with anyone that's got the license.
So now you show your cards, I believe. So let's see. So who's got the license anyway? So you have.
I have, but I beat you.
Damn it.
But no,
You.
and we're neck and neck.
Yes, you're 20 and you're 20.
Oh, hang on.
Hang on.
You've got
Hang
an
on.
ace.
That's 20 points.
You've got that's 20 and
5.
5 is 20. No, that's only 20.
What?
The face.
She had 20s on the board.
No, the jack. She said
20.
Ace is 20.
20.
So
You've got 25.
Anyway,
You've
so
got 20.
that means you
You've
win
got
anyway.
20. I've got
What do I?
You win because you got 25.
Rona, yeah.
You didn't need the commons.
Woo-hoo.
You didn't need the commons. And the ace
And you
was
were
one that gave you
using
the.
your one. Oh, but you were using one of these, weren't you? You were using this one here to make it. Is that what you're doing? Yes. Oh, I see.
So yeah.
Oh, that's the bit I hadn't caught.
So the last thing to explain, I guess, is this. So has anyone ever come across CC0?
No.
So do you know what the public domain is? We use public domain every day to mean it's in public knowledge, but in copyright it has a very specific meaning, which is that there is no copyright. So the novels of Dickens and the plays of Shakespeare are in the public domain. So that doesn't mean they're just public knowledge. They are, but in a legal copyright sense, it means there is no copyright. It means there are no restrictions on copying that thing. So, like you said, when you make something, you automatically get copyright.
Right.
It's just the law.
Okay.
You don't have to register. In fact, you can't register. There's no system for registration. So, CC0 is a license you can choose that is even less restrictive than. This is the freest of the Creative Commons licenses, right? All you need to do is attribute me. This says you don't even have to attribute me. That's what CC0 means. It waives all your rights that you would get under law to the extent that is possible under law. I say that because in some countries you have these things called moral rights that protect you from derogatory treatment of your work or misattribution of your work, and in some countries you cannot waive them. So that's the difference between CC0 and public domain. Public domain literally means there are no rights at all. CC0 means there was copyright. I, as the copyright holder, have decided to waive everything that I possibly can under the law in my country. Is what CC0.
So
Does that
give an
make sense?
example of when you've ever used CC0.
So, for example, this is mostly used with data.
Right.
And this as a New Zealand government employee is what Mandy said, because they have a policy that says CC BY is the freest thing. It's complicated. It's to do with they can't waive certain rights as the Crown. Anyway, this one is often used with data because data sets are becoming such huge things with so many contributors that even putting CC BY in it becomes quite complicated to actually have attributed every single source that came to that thing. So people choose this when they really just want people to use the data and not have to worry about really where it came from and making sure you attribute everyone.
Which makes sense when there's a whole, you've got 500.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the reason, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
So I just want to say, I think we're really lucky that we've got you in our group. I'm learning a lot. So thank you. I confess to having someone in our something.
Well, you come to something like
this is the purpose of the game.
So on an everyday practical level, people aren't sued for copyright breaches. But when you are seriously doing stuff with other people's things, especially if you are making money off it, you need to understand all this. I guess the point of it in the context of today's thing is, it's kind of like what we're saying. So it's a conscious choice to choose one of these licenses, and it's a way of declaring up front to people, I'm really happy, I want you to use this. A lot of academics are actually really happy, but they don't choose this because they don't know it. But when you see this, you go, right, I don't actually have to ask, I can just use it. So that's one thing, but the other thing is the Creative Commons licenses come with, it's a code associated with them. That means search engines can identify something as reusable. So the robots can see that this is something that is reusable, and it's extremely useful when we're
searching through images, just students studying, say they want to put images in their thesis, they want to publish off that, or they want to put their thesis in an open access repository that is effectively publishing out to the world. If they use copyrighted images, then it's a potential that either a publisher or author or creator could come and say, hey, it's okay, take it down, or you give me some money, or whatever. But I can search on Google, I can say usage rights. Only
there's a filter.
Only one.
So that's why the robots being able to see what license you've chosen is useful.
It's quite enabling.
And then it enables us too, when we put stuff into the arena, to be really sure that we just pick the appropriate license. There's no doubt for anybody.
And meets the needs of you and whoever the team, people that are working on it.
So it helps with discoverability as well when people are searching for, because like what we're saying with what the OERU is doing, for example, you want your material, the value is not in the content. You want everyone to be able to actually look at your content and say, well, this is the course, this is what's in it, this is what I'm going to learn. The value is in the education you provide that helps the learner reach start at one point and get to the other point. So the content is open and discoverable. So when you're designing courses, if you can find stuff that has an open license on it, that's what you need to make your course open.
Especially if you're existing in the online space and you're talking about this
and philosophically, this is really important, okay? Because working at the Poly, what I've picked up on a lot is we often have conversations about academic freedom. When we don't mean academic freedom, we mean the ability to be creative, or to be creative in our facilitation of learning and teaching. We often hang our hats on content. It's not the content that we're selling. We're selling the experience of being facilitated to achieve right? And that is the nature of an academic, is that often we sit in our tribe and we sit on the tomes of our learning, literally, and we see, it's the whole experiential learning. Experiential learning is appropriate and successful because we facilitate an understanding of gaps, skills, upskilling needs, etc., etc. But in the old sort of realm of academia, we often, and we get it, when I'm talking to tutors, they'll say, I can't teach content, but you're not teaching content, that's the point. So
and so with our textbook study as well, those barriers to access, it all plays into the same thing.
But I can see where you do need to collect content to a point where an omission of content could change the outcome for a learner if someone else had it. So if you put together so if I put together a thing about teaching people how to let blood, and so I put that content up, that's fine, and I decide not to protect it in any way, the risk is someone comes along, takes it, and then decides that they don't need to teach it because it's underneath. But actually, if you don't give people and bleed out.
So there is a way in which you would really consider which license you're applying, because you don't want that to happen.
So
it's a risk, you're putting the student at risk, the learner.
So I can see why you would, I get to say it's not the content, but I can see sometimes you actually need to protect the content so people don't misuse the content.
And so knowing about licensing is important precisely for that reason.
Would using a license to demand that people teach those particular things together be the best way, or would it be, professional body standards
Yeah,
enforcing the sorts of
I
teaching
agree.
facts
I mean,
that
I
you're talking in
agree.
syllabus. Sharing a syllabus freely, people can mix and match because they might want to take another approach to teaching that bits that you're teaching, they don't want to use those bits, but of course that's all.
Yeah, but whereas an open license would allow them to say take these 3 bits that they like and then these 2 bits that they like from some other resource.
Because they kind of mix and match that. So with the no derivatives,
you know,
modularity without changing it, with whatever you can.
I guess this is why I'm here today, as we're talking, that I can see what the website that people doing. Because in my head, I would go, but what if they don't do it? What if they copy it?
People choose no derivatives mostly, I think, when they want to protect the integrity of the work for some reason. And they don't want bits taken out of context. And it's often used in artistic works.
It's
the example of a cartoonist wants the whole thing because it is one discrete thing.
Yeah, it's actually very good because actually like the professional body part is actually something for the rest of it. I shouldn't have to, as someone who's previously
about controlling risk management. Because I mean, identifying your own, one's own, I don't know, is a good way of being able to have those conversations.
But I can see,
with colleagues.
no, if you talk to this, is exactly what they go. Oh no, we can't possibly let people do that because what if they don't teach this one? I get why they would get recruited.
But I think it's not to do with the copyright license. It's to do with the
pedagogical decisions. You could take a copyright textbook, force your students to buy it, and then teach page 1, and then oh no, you don't need to do anything. We're going to register you as a nurse.
Let's do
page 1 of the textbook, you're fine.
Should we do another?
It's not about
Scenario 3. Tessa operates a whale and dolphin watching company. Boat captains carefully count and track where and when they see marine life, so they know where to visit at what time of the year. Tessa wants to share this information with local researchers. She's also happy to share it with other tour operators, but she wants anything made with the data to remain open. What license should Tessa release them? It's a share alike is obviously one thing because she wants other people to continue to make it open.
And she's happy to share with businesses, so it's not a non-commercial restriction.
So it's attribution, share alike. And that's all I think. Attribution, share alike.
So this is share alike, this one here.
Yes, that's the thing with
she wants anything from
whoever else. So that's when share alike is self-perpetuation. Whatever I've said before, so I've said it has to be the same and it has to be non-commercial. If I give this to you and you use the stuff that this is associated with, you could then say, oh well I want to share it with Richard, but actually I want to take one of these parts away. There you go, Richard, you can have my data, but you only have to do that. Because you can do whatever you like with it. But the share alike says you always have to include these 2 bits with it whenever you give it to someone else.
So Rona could use just one herself, but if she passes on, she has to pass on 2 bits.
No, she has to do it according to the license that she gets, but then also she has to pass on the same license to other people. If she copies it and says, here I share it with you, she has to do the same. That bit, the share alike bit, is a kind of it's a recursive thing. Like it is a bit of a mind bend when you understand it. Like I'm
so
talking a while to
it doesn't apply if you are just using the data yourself. It is if you then go to republish something using that thing. Right? You have to use the same license terms that you were provided with it.
So it's about on sharing.
Yes. So if you don't on share, you can just use it.
So I can use it anyway I like.
Yes, basically.
According to the
unless you then give it on.
Well, so say we've got
you're messing with the comments. Yeah. let's carry on.
Okay.
So you can sort of do that. So you could use a bit as you like, but actually not really entirely, because if you decide to exclude A completely and the license is for A and B, you're not.
You've got to follow the license.
Yeah.
So
you still
the share alike bit is the bit of the license that only applies when you want to share it. Everything else you have to do, but the share alike bit is like, I want to give it to my aunts and uncles and rest of my family.
Yeah.
You have to include the same license.
Okay. All right. So we're looking for attribution and share alike.
The information or where
things are, the Royal Consultant, rather than the fact that it was a commercial brand.
We're only talking about the data.
Yes, it's the data.
And it's the use of the data.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So
That's just
what you
back.
have to do is accept the information.
And it actually means the other tour companies could use the same data for their purposes of doing their tours and still make money off their tours. But if she had put the non-commercial stipulation in, those other companies would be able to use it for some purpose, but they wouldn't be able to use it in any way that meant they made money. So they could publish a paper about the data, but they couldn't use it in their business.
Wow.
That's a tricky thing.
Well, that's actually right.
Because they can say they've just learned that.
Well, because that's why we have lawyers, and that's why lawyers make a lot of money around copyright law, yes?
So if I decide to do it, how do I actually do it? Where do I go in New Zealand to do it? So I've got a bit of work that I want to copyright. Where do I go?
You don't do anything.
What do you do?
It's just
Well, as soon as it goes into the public world, like as soon as you publish it in a journal or share it on a blog or whatever, that the copyright will.
We don't even have to share it, we just have to mail it. So I can write something on a piece of paper, or draw a picture on a piece of paper. I don't have to give it to anyone, there's copyright. So it doesn't have to be published.
But now
But that's when it becomes available.
But now I've made this route to the cards. I've done it every year, so now I do want to copyright it, so non-derivative.
There is no, so how do you apply Creative Commons license?
So now how do I do a Creative Commons license?
Well then when you publish it in some form, you have to just include that information somewhere alongside the material, or you can put the symbol on the thing. So I don't know if you noticed, but the slides that we had in our talk earlier, there was a Creative Commons license on the slides, which was just attribution, which means you can take anything in our slides and copy it in any way and do anything you like as long as you say that we use.
And how much do you pay for it? How much do you pay? Oh, right, so it's all free.
So you just need to understand them and then you stick them on.
So what government?
So you just. It's not a government initiative.
It's the
national non-profit. Well, it's called
Hi, it does.
Well, there you are.
That's what it used to be, yes. So Creative Commons was established by basically a group of academics originally, sort of.
Yes.
Lawrence Lessig, who was running for like the Democratic nomination on the line.
I think that was before he started getting involved with.
Right, he's just the big name.
This was when he was just still a copyright guy.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so it's just a set of licenses that were set up once the internet came along first, right?
Yeah.
And then people were like, wait a minute, people are trying to take control of everything on the internet. We need a way to declare that actually we want this to be copyright. So how do they make it money? Through
Creative Commons?
Yeah.
So it's
Google's dirty money. Oh, I'm sorry.
Alright, okay,
No,
don't answer that.
Creative Commons certificates, they're $500 a pop. US dollars.
If you do it constantly.
Yeah, so that's one of their bigger ways. And money from Google and the Knight Foundation and
other people can't copy it. Or if they
How long have we got?
I have no
15
idea.
minutes? Go to 2:30?
I think so.
Yeah, right. We should.
Copyright says this. I actually only want this bit of it. All the rest of it can be the same. In this case, I'm
Caroline.
Attribution and share.
So yeah.
It's like an adjusting.
So this one is.
So there was actually a case of the
That's no derivative. It says on it, yeah. No derivatives. And that's non-commercial. Share like is the circle with the circular arrow. So none of those help you.
Yeah, no. Unless someone laid down to help us.
Yeah. So what would you like to do?
The copyright still was just a matter of proof, because whether there was a license, Creative Commons or this copyright.
It's going to change.
So what's our
Now that you understand.
So we're looking for
attribution share.
I think
I think it's one of those things that you go around and around. Something you go around.
Oh, and there's a commons card. Attribution. And it's a queen.
Okay, so.
that's what we want.
That is one of the ones we got.
And so have you done that?
But in both.
And I want to too.
So in other words, you get an attribution last time.
Look
One.
at you, Mr. Cardman.
Which one of that can we do?
This is what you're after. And we've got attribution now. So all you're looking for is share.
And obviously not in this big card. That's all there is to it.
One, please.
Wait a minute, I have to put another before you discard. That's Oh, there's a share alike, but there's only a 2.
It's a low one.
That's a low one.
So you're going to go for 1.
And I'll have 2. One.
You are, okay, and last commons card, and that's it, I think. So that's a share alike. So that's actually a better value one, so we can discard that.
So
Effectively, discard that. So there's our sort of relevant commons cards. So you've got ace and queens, that's 30 for you. So you've got 20. That's 20. What did you end up with?
I've got 15. Oh my gosh.
So you also had 20. Yeah. So you went.
I haven't got one of those.
Alright. Okay, let's look at the next one.
good. Good on us. We're getting our hang of it.
Someone else read that while I shove it.
Oh, there you are. I think I might. I see. So yeah, so
that was 3.
Scenario 4.
What we can make is make mistakes. Rather than forcing, I think I'm making one
I think where you are now,
yeah.
it's almost more useful to think about in terms of discovering other people's stuff and being able to find things that they have made open.
I think I was putting all that knowledge all together about the enforcement rather than the thing, but it's not. What we're talking about just now is just making a statement about my work.
You're saying, I want people to be able to encourage this, or other people have said they want other people to use it, so I can access it. Whereas the standard copyright is like, oh no, no.
But also you're thinking about it at an individual level, and where these have actually become the most important is where governments and funding agencies are requiring that researchers, for example, use these licenses. Because we've paid you to do this research, we want other people to use this research and build on it.
So you have to share it on that basis of it being free and open.
So in fact, like the New Zealand government has a framework called the NZ Goal, which is the Government Open Access Licensing Framework. It's quite a good acronym, as acronyms go, NZ Goal. And it applies to state sector agencies, so Stats New Zealand, Land Information New Zealand, various other departments. They are required by that to publish all their stuff under CC BY information. So that means the taxpayer has paid for it. Therefore, they should actually use it without any restrictions. Is basically
Scenario 4. Elliot runs a bike sharing company. His customers sometimes have trouble finding places to park and aren't always sure where bike routes connect to each other. Elliot has good anonymous data from the bike's GPS and has decided to release this data to encourage the community to use it to develop a community-created cyclist map for Auckland. What license should Elliot release it under? So that's share alike.
I wasn't paying enough attention.
Does he mean share alike?
I think he just wants it to be used. He hasn't. It's anonymous data. He hasn't said that he wants to be attributed for it. He said he wants.
Did he get permission from the people who rode his bikes to use the data that they created using the GPS?
Did they even know that contributed
Well,
data?
the answer is
Attribution.
See, I don't know, Does he want people to attribute him? His customers sometimes have trouble finding places to park. I'm not sure where to connect each other. It's good anonymous data. That's the ethical side of it. Anonymous data from the bike's GPS is decided to release the data to encourage the community to use it to develop community created cyclist map. So it doesn't say actually that he wants to be attributed.
No.
So in fact, CC BY is probably just the simpler answer than CC0. But
really, because it could be for anyone, doesn't it?
But I don't think we can play the game of CC0 as the answer because there's how many CC0 cards are there? One. It's a joker. Two jokers.
So we'd be here a while.
Yeah,
So
CC0 is never going to be the answer.
Given that we've only got a few minutes left, let's go on to the next scenario.
Okay.
Scenario 5. So Huia works for a university designing online courses. How about that? The courses that she designs are intended to be shared widely. She's happy for people to build upon them and adapt them to local needs. She does not want these courses or the adaptations to be shared commercially, but she wants to make sure that her university is credited as the creator of the original course. What license should Huia release them under?
Attribution, share alike, non-commercial. So she's happy for derivatives. She doesn't want to be used for commercial. If someone takes the industry's work, they can't use it for commercial, but if they on share it, they're not, unless you use share alike, they're not forced to apply the same license. So if someone, she owns it, someone else, they could use it for
No.
Yeah, so that's all the non
Oh.
that's another example of the share alike thing. So for her, she's just sharing it with the and so the people that take the courses, the share alike only applies if they want to give it to other people. So for them using it, the only relevant things are attribution that they say the share alike and the non-commercial
attribution. We need 3 parts.
But then the share alike becomes relevant.
Well, yeah, so you'll have to use comments.
This one. Oh, exciting.
So
It's another tension.
yeah, so we need 3 license elements. One of the comments is actually licensed to us in this context. This one here, because it's CC0 one, Joker. So
The highest possible non-commercial, so everybody's got 20
attribution non-commercial share alike.
Attribution non-commercial share alike. Okay.
Attribution and share alike.
So you've got
Yes.
these 2 are the same. So we can
Okay.
actually just count those and see
Yeah.
that that's lower than
Right, okay.
the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who?
Only those overlaps with 2 parts. So I need a card.
And I have one.
Derivatives, which is again not relevant to correct scenario.
One.
Stick.
Oh,
Interesting.
Dun, dun, dun.
I can put one more in the comments. It is a share alike, so it's useful. Potentially. Yeah, I think one more round. I don't remember how many rounds we've had, but
One more round.
One more round, so
Okay.
none for me.
One for me.
Two for me. I'm double or nothing.
okay. So now I'll put one in the comments. There's a higher share alike than that one. So you need an attribution plus these 2.
Okay.
Right?
Or if you put a
And you may have a higher value. So you've got a high. Oh wow! So you've got 50.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. But I haven't done anything. That's unfortunate.
So you didn't make the license elements?
Make license elements?
I made the license element,
It's quite a pithy little card.
Yes.
I got the and models and
See, you're great teachers. Seriously, I'm so glad you took it now.
Okay, so we'll look at the last. We're not going to play this one, but we'll look at the last scenario. So COEP works for Doc. He has created a brochure to share with early childhood educators with photographs and descriptions of poisonous and dangerous plants found in New Zealand. That's quite complicated. It also includes information about what to do when the plants are ingested or touched. This is an important health and safety information product. COEP wants teachers to reproduce and share it widely. He's fine with commercial publishers reproducing the brochure. He doesn't want anything in it changed. It's important that the brochure is reproduced faithfully.
Yeah, that's right.
The license should be some under.
So he wants that surgery one. He wants the same for the fact
That's no derivatives.
My share alike and
Yeah. Sure like no derivatives, but he's happy with commercial. Oh, hang on, what's the equal one? Oh, I'm
There's quite a lot of extraneous information in this one.
Yes. What's that one's that?
About the ingestion.
This is
touch.
where it can be shared and can't be changed when you pass it on down the line.
Yes.
That's the no derivatives one.
Yeah.
So this one only requires attribution and no derivatives.
My understanding of share alike is a no derivatives, like an attribution no derivatives license applied to the thing. And you give it to, she gives it to teachers. That's how they are. But if they
I can't change it. So it stays the same.
they can't change it, they could change the license.
True, yes.
So would you ever want an attribution and no derivatives license without a share alike? That was my question.
But it does mean someone could make it available under a different license as long as they attribute it and don't make money. Right, we've got all the cards.
It's like, yeah, I've got to go.
Interestingly, of course, Coupe doesn't own the copyright in the thing he created because he works for Doc. And his employer would own the copyright to begin with.
And therefore he should be
Doc would be covered by the NZ Gold, which would require Doc to probably put everything out under an attribution only license. So Coupe actually has no say in any of this, regardless of his wishes. But those of you who work for the Polytechnic, you have an intellectual property rights policy that says you own, as individuals, the Polytechnic does not own copyright in something. Whereas at the university, researchers is how it's defined. Researchers own copyright in the things they do for teaching and research. We are not researchers, technically, we're professional staff, even if we're involved in research projects, we're employed to do research. The university are our employers. That's the default under the law, is your employer owns your stuff.
Teaching fellows.
No, because they're not engaged in research, therefore the intellectual property rights policy doesn't apply to them, and their employer owns their
In the library, anyway,
yes, we're not supposed to. I'm breaching the university's intellectual property rights policy by putting a Creative Commons license on mine. Because the policy says we're not allowed to license anything we make to another organisation. Which is what a Creative Commons license is.
I know, but okay when it comes together and down to big dance, but I lose the whole thing.
So, but there's things that the law, ignoring what we've just moved about Creative Commons, there are things that the law allows you to do, regardless of everything else. So, for example, the law allows you to copy 3% and give it to students.
95% of the time.
If you want more than 3%, you actually get a license for copy out. But 3%, so the law, so if you quote something, you're just using the law. The law allows you to critique things. You don't get permission, you don't get credit for this license. You're just allowed to do it because the law says just because you're doing a critique. So like if you were, for example, going to sit in your character and cartoons,
Say, Apple doing the thing. Thanks, Simon.
It's not obvious, right? But you might want to get on a blog that you write around racial issues or social issues or whatever it is, you can rely on the law to copy that because you are particularly nice. The law wouldn't allow you to copy the cartoon and print it on t-shirts and sell them. Right. Does that make sense? Data sets. It's actually a very difficult question, and it depends on the country. So you'll see different things on the internet about this because it's for New Zealand. So basically, it's not really clear from the way the law is drafted currently, but basically you could argue that the points of data themselves are not protected by copyright because they're just bits of information. Copyright does not protect facts or information. But copyright can be said to protect intellectual effort has gone into the way that data is structured.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So therefore you can own a structured data set and the relations between it, but not the actual points of data.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Right, before I introduce Una for the next keynote, I'd just like to convey my thanks to Mandy for coming to Dunedin and sharing your knowledge freely. And we have a small token of appreciation for you. And please remember, if you need to buy card decks, speak to Mandy. You'll be supporting a non-profit organization. Thank you. So it gives me great pleasure to invite Una McGeer, our Deputy Chief Executive for Learning and Teaching Services here at Otago Polytechnic, to deliver the next keynote. Many of you know Una. For those that don't, please go and read her full bio on the website. There's one aspect in Una's bio that I do personally place a lot of emphasis on, and that is Una's focus on sustainable frameworks for higher education practitioners, through CPD. I must also acknowledge that Una is a member of our board at the OER Foundation, and so I'm very pleased, Una, that you are able to come and share with us this afternoon. So Una, please come to the stage, and we look forward to your message.
Thank you. Kia ora, Wayne. Kia ora. Gia gwef, a harja, tēnā koto, tēnā koto, tēnā koto katoa. Ishmeisha Una. Ko Una toko I koa. Is as Polytechnica na hatago mei, ke te kura matatini ki o tago ahau. Gia gwef, a harja, tēnā koto, tēnā koto, tēnā koto katoa. So I welcomed you and presented my mihi both in my native language, Gwaga, Irish, and of course in our native language here, Te Reo Māori. So you know what I said. I'm Una, I come from Otago Polytechnic, and welcome to you all. It's an honour to be here to talk to you today. Can you hear me? Good. So today, I'm really honoured to be able to come and talk to you about something that I've learned a great deal about in the last 2.5 years since I've been at Otago Polytechnic. So it's a real privilege in my role to host the OERU that sits within my portfolio of directorates. So it's a real honour, and it's been a huge learning journey for me, and it's really helped me to think about how we frame our practice as educators and what the future looks like for the people for whom we have an enormous duty of care, which is our staff, our students, our stakeholders. And I think it's important to remember that when we're looking at what we do next. So I began to think about social justice education. A colleague in the room, when she first became involved in OERU work, because we have the great privilege of being able to offer some of our learning and teaching staff, development staff, the opportunity to work with and alongside Wayne. And she asked me a very good question. She said, why should we do this? Why are we doing it? And I thought, good question. And I said, something I learned from my boss, and many of you will know, Phil Kerr, our CEO, I said, because it's the right thing to do. Leadership is about doing the right thing. Management is about doing things right. So if we want to be leaders in our space, let's do the right thing. And sometimes that's not easy. So for me, that's really what the whole point of this little presentation is about reflecting on the promise and possibility of inclusive tertiary education. Please bear with me because I'm known for going backwards and forwards through my own presentation. Okay, so I'm going to start with welcome, which I've done, introduction, which I've done, and here's a little run through of what we'll look at today. Social justice education for a truly open world. So words that we bandy about a lot, but we really need to reflect on those a little bit, I think. Then I wanted to talk about what's our context. So I'm brazenly using Otago Polytechnic's context because it's an important one. And from the work I've done recently in other countries like Australia, Canada, and China, we know that we are all under siege of reform. So really, also thinking about, Aotearoa is a case study. We are a case study. Some may say we're a case. Some may say the reform is a case. And we do have cause for celebration as well. It's okay to celebrate the things you have done well, and we should. And then the last point I'm going to raise with you is really thinking about us as individuals, us as a collective of educators, us as a collective of people who potentially can have impact. And of course, I hope, and I'm glad to hear from Wayne, that this will segue nicely into the work we'll be doing tomorrow in the sprint. So I'm going to give you a little challenge at the end. Okay, so let's think about social justice education for a truly open world. Easy to say, hard to do. So let's go back to basics. What's it about? It's about achieving equitable and quality education for all students, all learners, in fact. I'm happy to correct that. It's about full and equal participation of all groups in society that is mutually shaped to meet their needs. Very important, mutually shaped. We're really good at doing to people. The Victorian model of education that we inherited did to people in a normalised setting. So the challenge for us is not to do to others, but to do with others, and not to try and normalise people because we have a set of beliefs that we have been told somehow should prevail. We've had this conversation today in the room with lots of you. It's really nice to chat around this. Education without borders nor barriers. We're very good in education, because of our hierarchies, at placing barriers, deciding why Dave can't meet the grade, rather than deciding how we can help Dave get close to the grade because he's almost there. And that's the philosophy from which I attempt to operate. Attempt, because we're not always successful, but we can still keep trying. And then I thought about this too when we were working with the learning and teaching team. We've done a great job today in bringing this together. We said, oh, we need something nice internally to tell everyone. What will make them come? Activate. You've got to be an activist. Do you want to be an activist, an educational activist? Do you want to bring about transformation? Sign up. And that's pretty much the message we used, and hopefully we were relatively successful because there are many of you here today. So thank you for hearing our call to and for action. And that action is about making a more sustainable world. I find it very interesting, travelling around, that we all talk about sustainability. I'm known, some of you will see me in the staff room, I'm known for having my hand in the recycling bins and moving stuff around because it drives me crazy that we have all the bins and go to the paper bin and there's a tin in there. Where's the picture of the tin? I mean, for me, it's an analogy for how we look at education. And it requires us to be egoless. And the nature of what we do in academia is that we are often prized and rewarded for our sense of ego in discipline. That's why we keep going. So it's a challenge for us. We can say we want to do good, but do we really do good? And of course, you know, as good a reason as any, we have our Sustainable Development Goals. And one of those is quality education, that's number 10. And the other one, another one, is number 17, which is about partnership. Again, challenging us to collaborate. Not those of us who are in this room, because I think one of the reasons you're here is because you do collaborate. So therein lies possibly one of the things we can think about as a takeaway. Okay, so I thought I'll put a picture up with a nice quote. I used the best open source in the world, which is the internet. And everyone knows this guy. And this is a quote that you hear, a meme that you see fluttering around one of those social media sites, which I shall not name because it's proprietary. Dave, that one was for you. Dave told me that I do not call, I video conference with people. We can talk about that one later. You're going to be inundated, Dave. Okay, so let's think about the context for good. Okay, it really is a global matter, and I think we all know that. And I guess I'm not telling us anything we don't know, because it's about the distribution of benefits and burdens across society. It's about equity and fairness of provision, protection, and recognition of the means and qualities individuals require to determine, define, and to live a good life. And what that means for Wayne might not be the same for Una or Dave or Jaime or Amy. So it's about inclusivity in its truest sense. The possibility of open education resides precisely in its promise. This is my view. It resides in a promise, and we're responsible for bringing that promise to fruition. And that's to address inequity of well-being and quality of life by providing opportunities for self-determination in a safe and secure world. So I've reworked the same phrase, but hey, why not? And I have attributed at the end. So I think we would agree we all want to do good, right? Is there anyone in the room who doesn't want to do good? Perfect. Loaded question and a captive audience. Perfect. Context for good. Now this came up at the recent OERU conference. that we had, partners meeting that we had in Dublin. We're talking about a knowledge economy. Everyone kept telling us about this knowledge economy, nice neoliberal phrase, or are we talking about a learning society? Well, we're probably talking about both. So I thought, what am I going to talk to the group about? Well, I can talk about the fact that I know we have an unknown future, because every day of the week we're told we're preparing our learners for an unknown future. I mean, it's slightly tautologist too, I think, because if it's the future, it probably is unknown, but a future that probably isn't like our present is maybe what we're trying to say. But we have a known climate, and obviously in the polytechnic sector, we're taking this personally too, right? Because as you know, we have, for those of our colleagues who are listening online, attending online, we've got a big reform called the ROVE, Reform of Vocational Education, interestingly defined by our Minister, the Honourable Christopher Hipkins. And so we've got a few debates going on with him about what's applied learning, what's technical education, what's vocational education. But the rub is the legislation's out there and they're going to change it. They're going to change us, so we need to be part of that solution. Secretly, we think we have the solution already at Otago, and our indicators and performance would prove that. And precisely because we're involved in this kind of work. So we're taking up the challenge to go to government and give them the solution before they actually provide us with one. And we're really glad to be here today doing that. That's part of what we're doing. So what do we know? Now, have a look around the great open source, the biggest open source network in the world, and you will find all of this information out there. Lots of people are writing about this. It's a particularly big theme in Canada and the States, where education is becoming, or has become, prohibitively expensive. For those of us that benefited from no fees payments in our youth, I would say that education is prohibitively expensive pretty much everywhere in the world, post-compulsory. The fees are high. So we've got increasing unsustainable student debt. The story in New Zealand of, I met when I worked in a previous role in the Middle East, New Zealanders who had left because they had student debts and they didn't have a job and they couldn't pay them, so now they've gone away to other countries where they can earn more money and the government is chasing them. It's quite serious, you know, you're almost being put in a position of criminality because you wish to attain or obtain something in that tertiary post-compulsory arena, some kind of badge or qual. Rising textbook costs, which we have had some wonderful presentations on today, and you know, really great to get that data as well, because much of the data we have is in North America and the UK, as our colleagues pointed out. And so now we're starting that journey in New Zealand, understanding what the real cost is. And for me, it's also the social wellbeing cost. Last week at the Polytechnic, we had Mike King talking to us about depression and suicide in our young people, and we're not making the link, you know. And I'm thinking of someone who passed this week, one of our learners who was extremely worried about lots of things. God rest her soul. So it's real. Greater population dispersal, becoming a bigger problem, I guess. The more affluent we become, often the more we want to separate ourselves. In New Zealand, it's a natural aspect of the geography of the nation and its population dispersal. And we are a small nation, so there is only so much money to go around and there are only so many people who can be in employment at any one time. We have ever diminishing budgets. You'll notice in the reform of vocational education, we have a whole stack of stuff that we're going to be doing, but we have had no declaration of investment. That's real. Ireland is the same, rationalised its vocational sector, cut spending, cut funding, reduced employment opportunities. Ireland has a population that is one of the best qualified in the world, so the problem we have in Ireland is we've got too many PhDs. It's not a problem many countries have, but there you go. UK, same, slash and burn, Brexit won't help. Lots of the great international academics have gone. They're in Germany or France or Italy or Denmark, where people say, great, come and work for us and it's really easy to get a visa and you'll be one of us, don't worry about it. We also have constantly competing demands on our time, on our people. I mean, I know one of the things that the feedbacks we get when we asked to do more stuff is, but that's more work, and our answer is yes. You know, change brings more work, we have more demands, money won't go any further than it already does. And the last one is our emphasis on agility and sustainability. So I guess for all of us, if we think about this both in a national, a regional, an international stroke global context, all of these factors are real for us. I don't know any academic that couldn't tick that list off, or any professional staff member who wouldn't be aware of this. So this is our reality. Then I thought, okay, I'm not going to give you all the bad news. I'm going to say, what are the things we can do if we commit to this? What are we actually doing? So when someone asks you, like my colleague did, why do we do this? What's the point? Well, here's the point, or here are the points. We can widen access. Governments have spent millions of dollars on this. In the UK alone, something like $600 million has been spent trying to get non-traditional, whatever that is, people into education. Well, I'm one of them, because I'm from 4 grandparents, none of whom could read or write. And I'm an ethnic Irish citizen of the UK and Ireland, so therefore I am a widening access baby, believe it or not. And many of us here in the room will be, I'm quite sure of that. You can embed sustainability, of course, as we have discussed. This is an important one for me because it's around pedagogy. You can truly enact the experiential and the self-directedness of learning. And I think that's what makes the bigger corporate side of academia uncomfortable. That's my view. But the whole idea is, any of us that have been involved in any business development, the first thing you do when you're creating a new product and you know people will copy you is you get into bed with those people that want to copy you, right? So that's what we're saying. There's a piece for everyone. You can democratize knowledge, which is a very, very lofty statement, but hey, we have to have an aspiration. There are those of us in the room who like philosophy and could argue all day long that this isn't correct, but for the purposes of trying to establish what's the good in our context, I think it's useful to have this as an aspiration. We can, of course, as we have shown today, promote collaboration. You know, two heads are better than one. Why, you know, a big focus for us at the Poly last year was reduce duplication, because we discovered many of us were doing the same stuff as others. So, you know, the guy that wrote the Spanish Constitution said, futile effort leads to melancholy. In other words, wasted work makes you sad. That's the point. We don't want our efforts to be futile. And of course you can enable the learner-centered, because you put the learner at the center of the learning. If we do enact the notion of students helping us to create the materials, the resources, the pathways, then that really is quite powerful. And if you do it across borders, what's interesting about the inclusivity and or diversity agenda is we don't see people, we work with people, that's the difference. So you take a lens away. Sorry. Something I picked up, attributed at the end to our colleague from Quantum Polytechnic in Canada, the organisation that had the Zero Textbooks Initiative, who I met recently actually, and then when I was preparing, I was looking through some of his open work, and this was an interesting piece. They'd been having conversations with Michael Hansen, who's just talking about what I thought this was interesting, painful trade-offs. And is that what we want to be remembered for? A so-called developed society that pushed our own people, our own young people, the future of our nation, into a space where they have to trade one human commodity for another. And that's pretty much what we're going to have to do. And as some of the researchers today have shared with us, some of our colleagues, this is very real. And I think we've got the tip of an iceberg that we're beginning to scratch. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we will find out that will make us very unpalatable. And in a nation that is committed to well-being, this is really, really important. Now this was said of North America, but this is relevant for us. Okay, so so we've got our little case study in Aotearoa, and I've drawn unashamedly on my context of Otago Polytechnic. So apologies to those that I'm not acknowledging, but implicit in this is the acknowledgement of every person in the room that is making a contribution to our work. So we have the chair in Open Education Resources, which is a bit of a coup for New Zealand, so I think one of the things that we can do is fight to make sure we retain it, because the Rove is putting it at risk. OERU, we've talked about Universitas, which is fantastic and ever growing, as I'm sure Wayne will be able to share with you. We've increased participation, we've increased partnership, we've increased the number of learners, we've increased the number of collaborators. Wonderful. All on a shoestring. We have the Open Education Foundation, which we've spoken about. This year we launched the Centre for Open Education Practice, of which this is our symposium, our first symposium. So hurrah for us. We can give ourselves a little round of applause at the end. Yet there is much to do. So somebody once said, and I want to attribute this to Jeff Scott, but I don't know if it was Professor Scott who said, this is lovely and thanks very much, but what are we going to do on Monday? That's what we're going to think about. Reminding ourselves of the principles of open. We all have the ability to reuse, revise, remix, retain and redistribute. So that's just a little reminder there. So I put a couple of these up and I was thinking about we do have some international colleagues coming in online, or they'll be picking this up after because of the time difference. But I left the last one in because it's so important. I've got a couple of ideas on here about what we could do as individuals in the room. And I know that many of us are operating in a really big space and doing a lot. But I learned a little while ago when I was at a lovely conference with some colleagues in Canada that what you needed to do was actually leave the room with an action in your pocket. When you got back to your department, your colleagues, your desk, you were going to do something. And it could be something really small. And I put a few ideas up on here, but what I would like to do is maybe ask you to take just maybe 1 minute, 60 seconds to think about what you might do on Monday, or what you've already decided you're definitely going to do as an outcome of this celebration of our work at this symposium. So we'll take maybe 1 minute, 30 seconds, close your eyes, relax. Just think about, what do you think you'll do? Maybe you'll go talk to someone. Apologies for my, I thought that was a typo, but my eyesight is not great. No, that's okay. Phew. Maybe you'll write a letter to Jacinda. Maybe you'll try and give Chris Hickins a call. Maybe you'll decide that you'd like to donate $100 to the foundation, or you're going to find an online repository like archive.org. You're going to make a donation so they can keep doing their good work. Maybe you're going to volunteer some of your time to us to help us develop something. Okay, so I'm just going to pass the microphone round. When you're ready, if you've got an idea, something you know you're going to do, and nothing is too small, that's the point. Otherwise I'm going to do that horrible thing where you become volunteered. So I think I might volunteer Audrey, because we had a little conversation earlier this morning.
More than happy, and it was a very simple, easy little thing we can do about the sharing of credits. We discussed it earlier. But we really liked, one of the speakers this morning spoke about how the learner can actually be part of the education. So we have decided that we're going to put on all our home pages a little repository where they can put links to useful resources and recommend them to other students. It's not really fabulous, but
well, it is, because it's about, I should have said create something. There you go. I'll add it to the slide if I get asked to come back and talk about this again. Anyone else like to tell me what they think they're going to do on Monday? I've actually got some other people I can volunteer. You know I'm coming after you. I'm being fair though, because conversations have been had.
I am
we will share that. Claire is one of our great colleagues here from OP, so we'll be sharing that progress. Ray? Thank you.
I'm going to look at ways that openness and open ed can be more explicitly put forward as a sustainability idea.
Thank you, Ray. I'm going to come over this side now because I need to balance this out. You know I'm coming after you, my dear friend.
We're not going to carry on conversations that we've been having with international partners on how we can share knowledge across borders and also across cultural divides as well. So that Indigenous, non-Indigenous knowledge.
Kia ora. Around here, come on, great volunteer. Thank you so much.
I've actually got a meeting with Stuart Wakefield, CTO of the Ministry of Ed on Monday, so I might mention a few of these things to him.
We are open, and this is open. You can have it, and in fact, I can put some pictures on there or zhuzh it for you. So, yeah, please do. So that's a really important one for us. We're finding ways to lobby government, and of course, initially we're thinking, I'll be honest, we're thinking of our survival, of course. But that's driven by the fact that we believe we're doing many good things and we can't afford to lose them. So thank you very much. That really is heartening, and that's a great outcome. I wonder, it might be nice perhaps post-conference if we just share some of the ideas that we did enact, maybe create a forum where we can actually talk about, what did you actually do? And on behalf of the Polytech, I'd just like to reiterate that I think we keep spreading the word, on behalf of the OER Foundation as well. And then I think of us as educators here, we're all committed to that. It's been heartening, really. There was an idea I had, I just wanted to throw out to the group. We were thinking, Wayne and I have been chatting when we were at our partners meeting recently, and we were thinking about creating a kind of volunteering database model where educators can donate 5 hours of pastoral support time or academic support time to the OER Universitas. And that, obviously a little bit, we need to kind of work up the model and make sure we can timetable stuff. But that could be a really powerful model, that you give 5 hours a year. It's not much. We give half a day and you say, this is my specialism, this is what I can advise on. We set some protocols, and then we actually just start to calculate how much time we are giving back. And I guess the key for me too was that these learners come from everywhere, Wayne. It's interesting that sometimes when I'm talking about OERU, people say, oh, you mean people in developing nations? No, I mean people everywhere. In developing, so-called developed, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. So we could be supporting people in our own countries, we could be supporting people anywhere in the world. That's the power of it. So if you're interested in that idea, I'll arrange to set up a little video conference. Thank you. And we can just sort of talk it through, see if we can, get the seed sown and pick that one up. Could be quite powerful.
Actually, I can share one of the thing I'm planning to do on Monday. Sure. I'd like to see if we can find a way of using an open alternative to Zoom. So I've got a thing I'd like to trial. I'm looking for some volunteers who might be interested in participating in the trial and see if they think it applies.
Yep, great. So we can connect ourselves up after and make sure we get some links out so people can put their name on the volunteer list, and we'll work away. And that's really, I guess, the end of my piece of work. There's some people there that we can thank. The second one for me was also kind of important. Talk to your President and Vice Chancellor. It's surprising how many Vice Chancellors, Presidents, Deputy Vice Chancellors, CEOs, Deputy CEOs have no idea about this, or they kind of heard about it, but it's that online learning thing. So, it's really worth talking to people up the chain and people across the chain, because you'll be surprised again how much we don't know. So spreading the word for me, I think, is one of the key things that I've taken away from my 2.5 years involvement in this project, and under the mentorship of people like Wayne, which has been a real pleasure. So, kia ora, and thank you. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to take them.
I know at veterinary nursing in the animal care program we use a textbook which is we have an an online model of it. But our higher programs don't have that, so the students do have to buy the textbook. So we have been trying to lobby the publishers to get a version online. So hopefully that's coming through soon. But that's another way that we could do that, is go back to the publishers of any textbooks you are using and seeing if they are bringing up any version or encouraging them to do that.
Yeah, great idea. Well, I know that Julia's been frantically scribing, so many of these ideas have been captured as well, so thank you, Julia. Okay, well I think that wraps me up. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Don't run away just yet. A big thank you. I mean, I think you've really reminded us why we all went into education as educators, and every time we stand in the classroom or teach an online course, the reason we're doing that is to share knowledge. Yeah. And that's what we're about. So on behalf of all of us here, we'd like to say a big thank you, and we also have a small token of appreciation. Thank you.
That won't last long.
Thank you.
Right, so before we break off for tea, there's a little surprise in part of our celebrations, our 10th anniversary. But if any of you are interested in continuing the conversation, everyone here can join the Centre for Open Education Practice as an individual member and contribute to help shape these futures here in New Zealand. So if you just go to the website coep.nz, you can just sign up as an individual member. If your organizations are keen on joining, please come and have a conversation with us. There's a small financial contribution, but that financial contribution goes to keeping all of this afloat. It's really the community model. So with that, let's break for tea and celebrate our 10th anniversary. Yeah. Understood. Yeah, because I'm not connected to Instagram. Yeah, understood.
Well, I'm intrigued also that the Zoom aspect as well. That's an interesting one too. I'm sure that's all.
People don't legislate some partnership, so it's planning that planning away this ages. It's sort of good shape funding from
Oh, right.
because
access to learning to learners who can't afford to fund the work that they should be funding, making good of public money. So that's just a sort of a kind of a high-level overview of the kind of leverage points we could get by implementing OER and making a strong case around the reform of vocational education in New Zealand. So I just wanted to trigger a few thoughts, and so that when we start thinking about action plans tomorrow, you can see why this is so important. So I'll leave it there, and I hope I'm done within my 10 minutes. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Wayne? Oh. Hang on, I'll bring you the microphone.
So thank you. Just going to draw a bit on my insider knowledge and with a question to Wayne. Wayne, this, I understand a version of this was presented, wasn't it, to members of our government. Can you tell us a little bit about how that went down and what the response was like?
So we got a letter from the Honourable Minister Epps thanking us for the wonderful work we are doing in widening access to education as a response from government. We've had no other official response around, for example, the restructuring of the funding formula. And I think that in part is a two-pronged problem. One, is kind of too early in the process to be thinking about those kinds of decisions before the actual entity has been established. So this is not a critique against government. It's kind of, there are certain things you've got to have in place before you start doing other things. I know this is just pure supposition. I think restructuring the funding formula is kind of in the too hard box at the moment, because you've kind of got to figure out, how does this fit in my spreadsheet, right? And so these are the kinds of conversations we need to be having with the government providers, but it's an ongoing conversation. The point is, the data is, we can validate that data, and those are significant savings for a very insignificant investment. So, yeah.
Thank you, Wayne. Any other questions?
One seems to me, again, as an interested observer of the chaos that's going on at the moment to try and get this road working, one of the most tangible offers to government at the moment is that Centre for Vocational Excellence, because you can use that as a platform to develop the other arguments in due course. So it's not so much a question as a comment, I guess, but that would be my pick about the thing to push, because it's easy for officials to bring that into the mix.
Totally agree, and I think that is very solid advice. I mean, the other angle, and this is again just open thinking, that I think is going to be particularly important. We've had a sector that is operated in a way that doesn't collaborate well. Collaboration requires a particular skill set. One of the things we do very well in open is collaborate. And that might be also an interesting angle in terms of helping to facilitate that collaboration process. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Wayne. So I would like to welcome Paul Stevens. The topic he's going to talk about today is open knowledge and open education platforms. Paul Stevens is the General Manager of the Open Knowledge Catalyst. Paul will discuss what is open knowledge, why open source platforms are the best fit for OER delivery, and look at some real world case studies where organisations save real dollars by opening up their resources. Thank you.
technologist. Been working with open source software for over 25 years and have been fortunate to be in the position I've always worked for companies that support open source. And I guess for the last 9 years, I started off working in LMSs, building Totra LMS, and then a lot of Moodle work, and then got the opportunity to run the Catalyst Europe office, where we worked with a lot of the UK universities and NGOs. So today I'm going to talk about what is open knowledge and introduce possibly a new term. And we see open knowledge as knowledge that is free to use, reuse and redistribute without legal, social or technological restriction. And we're seeing that, as part of education, access to knowledge as part of our platforms, as educational resources, is so important. And we think it is the combination of these three open movements. So open source underpinning the movements, open data, so access to that data, and of course what we're all talking about here today in open education and open educational resources. But what does that translate to practically? Well, from obviously as an IT vendor, we're seeing how can we pull all of the different open source platforms together to provide a free access to our clients and open up better solutions that can compete with proprietary vendors. And the keys here is often about the freedom as well, and we've seen what Dave Lang is doing with OERU, and that's exactly the sort of thing that we're looking to promote. And OER, I guess the other point we're trying to make is OER should be run on open source platforms. A lot of the values of open source platforms fit very well with open education, and one of the key things out of that is also that open source platforms end up supporting open standards, and they're real open standards. Whereas a lot of the problems we're talking about here today come from the business models that Silicon Valley and other profit-making organisations have. They are there to make profit, and particularly IT companies have discovered a business model that really works, and they make a lot of money. But with that business model, they come in, they work out how to disrupt, they work out how to replace existing systems, they take control of that system, and then they work out how to make money out of that scenario. Unfortunately for education, that is not really what we want to have happen, because we want people to learn more, we want to pass knowledge on, and sometimes making profit and passing knowledge are not really compatible scenarios. And in the end, you end up with a situation while you think you've started with a platform that's got a good open standard and you put something on Google, but reality is you end up with vendor lock-in and they end up exploiting the situation. And there are other consequences from this, like loss of control of the data, taking these organisations using that data for financial gain and so on as well. However, we do believe that open source and open education is an alternative to that business model, where communities come together to support and nurture that platform or that piece of learning, and basically as collectively improve it and make things better. And we only have to look at the range of brands and systems. Here are the ones that I've worked with, but there are many more than this. And we need to ask, if you're looking at open education resources, if you're not on these type of platforms, why not? I don't think that there's good reason these days not to use one of those type of platforms. I'll switch now to just talking about a couple quick case studies quickly. So NGOs, we're lucky to work with UNICEF and build the Agora platform, and feel free to go and have a look at that. And with that platform, they realised that they had some money that lots of other NGOs would not. So they open sourced their platform code and allowed others to share it. So they created this great platform that they could share learning internally and externally. They then gave that code to Save the Children, and then they gave that code to Médecins Sans Frontières. And from that, these other organisations were able to create a platform that they could use that met the needs of their users of, say, delivering content into places like Africa or refugee camps and so on. And there were some very complex technical scenarios there. They also, because they chose the same platform, they realised they could actually share content. And when the challenge of the Ebola outbreak happened, UNICEF had a lot of money that could invest in creating that training, and it's expensive to create because you need medical experts, you need people to put that content together and so on. And these other NGOs also wanted to operate in the same areas. Well, because they had the same platforms, they were able to share that content, and similar organisations could basically leverage that work that was done and not have to reinvest in that scenario. And just quickly looking something a little bit closer to home, through efforts of individuals within our own DHBs, basically Moodle and Totra have become the main LMSs within our local DHBs, all 21 of them. And basically, 5 years ago, I think there's 21 DHBs, there was 21 different courses for washing hands. Each one of those courses had to be created by someone, and a lot of money and time was invested in that. And if you think about how many courses that they had to make across the whole organisations, there was just massive duplication. But through creating a community that they've effectively created themselves around the platforms and so on, they have been able to share courses. They have effectively saved the taxpayer millions of dollars just by working together, creating a community and sharing educational resources. So thank you very much. And hopefully I've fit it in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Paul. Do we have any questions for Paul?
Dave.
Yeah.
Do you need one?
I mean, I don't know if we need
Probably.
I'm just wondering, what can we do? I mean, given the obvious sense that you're talking about reducing duplication of efforts, I mean, I'm thinking about all of our 87 territorial authorities that all have about 150 things that they need software for, and all of them buy different, mutually incompatible systems to do the same thing, similar to the DHBs. What can we do to convince the government that they should instead invest in one open source tool for each of the roles that all of these different institutions, geographically dispersed institutions, all require? And then companies like Catalyst and other companies can potentially offer and compete to offer services to run those open source tools instead. What do we do? How can we achieve that?
I think it has to be a two-pronged approach, actually. So a lot of the early success with open source has been from the ground up, and where we've found passionate, good individuals to get these systems in, and in a way they've gone and basically got these things in there by stealth. But I think open source no longer has the stigma that basically every large organisation in the world now runs open source tools. So we need to start promoting to and lobbying government and larger organisations that this is the right solution. And I think it's just collectively throughout our networks, we need to be singing this off the same song sheet, and we will get there. And the thing is, Silicon Valley have already realised this. Like, Microsoft is now probably one of the biggest open source companies in the world, and who would have thought that 5 years ago?
They like to make you think they are. Anyway.
Yeah. And they've realised the game's changed, and instead they're capturing data rather than worrying about selling software licenses. rephrase that question. You're wanting to know what us as a IT company can do to help promote open source and cloud skills specifically. So I guess Catalyst, we think we've got a big part to play and to work with organisations such as Otago Poly. We have started an academy, basically at school age for 15 to 17-year-olds to basically get them working with cloud tools and open source tools and get them mentoring. And I guess the other thing is to start making sure we promote things like Kubernetes and so on across the board, like promoting those open things that work, that become cloud agnostic. And I think that's something that everyone should start thinking about is like, can we put a system? Sure, we might have to use Amazon or Microsoft or Catalyst, but can we do it in a way that doesn't bind us to that company? And I think if, you know, when you're thinking about what to teach your students, if you can think about, is this a cloud agnostic skill that we're teaching them, not something that's tied into Microsoft or tied into Amazon and so on.
Well done. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Paul. I'd like to welcome Claire Good and Simone Wood, who are both members of Otago Polytechnic's Learning and Teaching Development team. Simone and Claire will share Otago Polytechnic's experience as the basis to explore the flexibility of micro courses and micro credentials to cater for differences in the standard course size in different parts of the world, and illustrate how to draw on the partnership model of the OERU's international network to support the social justice mandate. Welcome. You've lost one.
We're just going to wait for people to come through from, in case anybody wants to swap them. Oh, well, I was practice making the clicker work. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll just talk among yourselves for a minute whilst you work this out. Because we are actually ahead of time, so.
We are ahead of time.
A bit of time to no, that's good because I'll just hand over smoothly. No, that's all right. We're ahead of time, so we're just letting people move through in a relaxed way. Right, I think that might be everything. Am I speaking through the microphone? Cool. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Simone Wood, toko ingoa. So I'm Simone Wood, I'm from Otago Polytechnic's Learning and Teaching Development team, and hiding behind me is my colleague Claire Good, who's also with the Learning and Teaching Development team. And we both have the privilege of being seconded part-time to the OERU over the last year and a bit. So we've been working closely with Wayne on some reviewing of courses, ready to put them up online, and getting involved with various other interesting projects, including this symposium. So, yes, you're lucky because Wayne's already pinched half of my first slide by introducing OERU in his morning session, so we'll be able to skip through that, and I might give you a little bit of a test first. What does OERU stand for? Did anybody pay attention to that? You're not allowed to answer. What? Universitas, that's it. And yes, the rest of it. Open education. Is it resource or resource? It's resource, isn't it?
Singular.
Singular. Open education resource, Universitas. And there's an interesting story which I won't go into about why it's Universitas, not university, but obviously it's not an official institution recognised within New Zealand as a qualification issuing institution. That's why it's Universitas, and it's a symbol of a community of scholars. That's why that word is in there. So just a quick reminder that OERU is a network, an international network of actually around 33 institutions around the world, covering 5 continents, which is pretty impressive. We've had quite a few partners coming on board recently from Asia and Africa, which is a really exciting development this year. And the primary goal of OERU is to widen access to education, particularly to tertiary education, that is, and particularly for people who may not have access to mainstream formal education channels. And it does this by offering first year level tertiary courses on its website, totally free access. You just need an internet connection, so they're freely accessible for learners anywhere in the world. You don't even need to register on the website. There's certain benefits in terms of collaboration if you do register on the website, but you don't even need to do that. So that's part of the picture. Learners around the world being able to access resources freely. But sometimes it's not enough just to access the resources freely, but you need to show others that you have that learning. And this is where the second part of OERU comes in, where it's the network that's trying to develop ways that the learning can be recognised through formal academic qualifications. And this is where the fact that we're a network of academic institutions around the world really comes into a great strength for us. We are developing a system of credit transfers around the world between the different partner institutions. Now, as you can imagine, that's pretty complicated, working across different education jurisdictions in different countries. So in this presentation, we're just going to give you a brief outline of how OERU solved some of the problems involved in that by using the concept of micro courses and combining that with the growing phenomenon of micro credentials, which are increasingly popular in education around the world. So, first of all, we're just going to outline the problem. So there's conveniently a standard of about 1,200 learning hours per year in an academic tertiary programme. But unfortunately, they're broken up or structured in different ways into courses around the world. And that makes it quite difficult to do credit transfers. As you can see, for example, North America would expect 10 courses to make up those 1,200 hours. In Australia, it's 8. In the UK, it's 6. In New Zealand, it's 8 again. So just getting the numbers right for that is quite a problem. So the OERU partner institutions wrestled with this problem, and in 2013 came up with the idea of micro courses, which it's a sort of a modular system of courses where the learning is broken up into segments of about 40 notional learning hours each, and that makes quite a convenient chunk that can be then grouped together in different combinations to suit the different educational jurisdictions. So in North America, 3 micro courses are typically required to make up a standard 3-credit course, whereas in Australia, 4 micro courses must be completed to qualify for transcript credit for the relevant course. But, so a micro course is It's quite small, but it is big enough that you can create a valid and reliable assessment from it. And that's where micro-credentials come in. And we use the micro-credentials to map to formal credit, formal academic credit for full courses at different institutions. Now I should say we're at the beginning of this. We're just developing a model because, as Wayne will tell you, it's been a very intricate process bringing different institutions together to work through this. So what we're talking about here is the first stages of it. So before I hand over to Claire to talk about how we've actually done it at OERU, we'll just touch briefly on micro-credentials. Probably a lot of you are familiar with the concept, but just to mention how it is a growing phenomenon. For example, in the USA, there's multiple platforms that offer micro-credentials, and there's one, for example, called Digital Promise that hosts micro-credentials from, at the beginning of February this year, it was hosting micro-credentials from over 35 other organisations. Micro-credentials are now being piloted in Africa, whilst in Europe, the European MOOC Consortium has developed its own common micro-credential framework. And again, in Australia, they're moving towards including them in the Australian qualifications framework. And micro-credentials are increasingly being recognised by employers and recruiters as very valid, sound evidence of their potential recruits' ability to perform the skills and have the knowledge that they require for particular jobs. So the work of OERU and its partners in this space, looking at micro-credentials, is particularly timely. So I'm going to hand over to Claire now to talk you through a particular case study of how it's worked.
Okay, so in New Zealand, the EduBits initiative offering digital credentials was launched in July 2017 by Otago Polytechnic, one of the OERU's founding partners. And EduBits recognise skills and knowledge which have already been acquired. It doesn't matter how you've acquired them. A colleague recently compared it to knowing how to swim, regardless of whether you learned through formal lessons or through your grandfather throwing you in the pool. It doesn't matter. The fact is that you have those skills, that knowledge. The tagline for EduBits, "Show what you know," really sums that up. There are assessments against approved competencies and the award of verifiable digital badges and associated digital certificates. And as I've said, these reflect specific experience and professional capabilities of individuals. The EduBits website enables candidates to upload evidence at their own pace, so you can compile, save, and then keep working on it, go back to the website, add, and only submit when you are ready. Once it's submitted, it's checked by a qualified assessor with confirmation of outcome achievable within 10 working days. Once successful, candidates can claim and share their digital badge online on social and professional networking sites or as part of an email signature. Otago Polytechnic led the New Zealand Qualifications Authority micro-credential pilot from August 2017 to June 2018, and perhaps more significantly, micro-credentials are now recognised on the New Zealand Qualifications Framework. Otago Polytechnic is a recognised New Zealand innovator in this space and is leading micro-credentialing nationally, which clearly gives us a strategic edge both in this space and in this region. You can see an example EduBit here. This one is for electric vehicle battery diagnosis. I did not learn that, I'll just say. This industry is currently unregulated in New Zealand, so we're trying to get ahead of the game, really. So assessment assessments are written to align with the learning outcomes approved by Otago Polytechnic's academic board for selected OERU microcourses. For quality assurance and to ensure validity and reliability, assessments are then checked by an independent moderator before being published on the EduBits website. Learners in OERU microcourses can opt to complete assessments and gain EduBit credentials. In addition, with microcourses approved by academic board, transcript credit for the associated full courses can then be issued. The transcript credit can count towards the OERU's first year of study through the transnational credit transfer model, which we'll come back to shortly. With digital badges having been shown to help build confidence and motivation, we also offer learners the option to complete a basic knowledge test and earn a digital badge and or a certificate of participation. So you can see examples here. Here's my hard-earned certificate in critical media literacies from earlier this year. In this way, learners can scaffold from no-stakes knowledge tests through to micro-credentials, and then, if they wish, map those against formal transfer credit. Okay, so here's an example. We've already heard mention of the Learning in a Digital Age course today. You can see the four micro-courses down the middle here. And learners have choices about different routes they can take. The course has achieved credit recognition in Canada, the UK, New Zealand and the USA. So learners can complete these micro-courses, choose to do the EduBits, and then apply for transcript credit, which would be recognised by OP, Otago Polytechnic, the University of the Highlands and Islands in Scotland, or Thompson Rivers University in Canada. Alternatively, learners can choose to go the Thomas Edison State Uni route, and that is through the Thomas Edison Credit by Exam program, and gain credit here. And you can see the exit qualifications that this program, this course, contributes to. Other courses with this same transnational credentialing include Introduction to Entrepreneurship and Introduction to Project Management. I'll hand back to Simon.
So that was just a quick whistle-stop tour through how we've got micro-courses and micro-credentials working for our learners. And I think we've always got to come back to that point that we're doing this to make life better for our learners, that not only do they get access to education for free, but they also have access to low-cost recognition of that learning, with pathways to formal credit. And a phrase that we're starting to use within OERU is that we're creating a sustainable parallel learning universe for all. So that's we'll leave it there, but we're just got a little suggestion for you if you've got ideas for micro courses which would be good for OERU to take up, or if your institution's interested in getting involved, do have a word with Wayne or Claire or me, and we can follow it up. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Claire and Simon. We've got time for about 2 questions. If people do have questions that they would like answered by Simon and Claire.
Hi guys. I was just wondering about the micro-credentials. ones out there that are specifically linked to certain programs?
So, are you talking about Polytechnic EduBits in particular?
Yes, our ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the moment there are mostly micro-credentials with no associated course behind them. So it's a matter of the learner providing the evidence that they have those skills, capabilities, knowledge. So the example I gave of the learning how to swim, it doesn't matter how you have gained that skill. We're not interested in how did you learn this. We're interested in seeing that you can do it. So at the moment there are micro-credentials for those, but we are also beginning to develop micro-learning packages with associated micro-credentials. Does that answer your question?
A little bit. I'm thinking, imagine if, like, I don't know, each degree was just a big canvas, and what I'm saying is, does the EduBit need a canvas to be pinned onto in order for it to be valid? Or can EduBit be recognised by an employer on its own?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can do one EduBit, you can do 1,000, I don't know if we have 1,000 yet. You can do as many as you like. They do not have to be pinned to a qualification at all.
So with the OERU courses in particular, if you only wanted to do one of the 4 courses that's involved in learning in the digital age and get your EduBit for that, you weren't bothered about doing the others or didn't want to do them at this stage, you'd still get that EduBit and be able to put that on your digital signature and that sort of thing, and that would be perfectly valid and recognised by employers.
Just to add to that, so when you get your EduBit as a digital certificate, and the employer or whoever you have shared it with can click on that and see what that evidence is. What does this micro-credential say that you can do or that you know?
Thank you. Next question. I'm going to cut you guys down on time.
Thank you.
So for our last snapshot session, we're going to bring Richard White back from the University of Otago, and just a very quick introduction if you were in the other room when Richard was presenting earlier. Richard has been an open access advocate since he fell into the copyright space by accident. And another interesting fact is Richard is a musician who openly licenses his work. So Richard's here to talk to us hacking a tech in a weekend.
Last talk of the day. Is everyone still awake? Yes, good. I was just toying with the idea of turning my talk into an interpretive dance.
Go on.
However,
Go on.
I don't think you really want to see me dance. So my wife would certainly tell you, you do not want to see me dance. So, hacking a textbook in a weekend, well, sort of. This is slightly disingenuous to say it was a weekend. This ties in nicely to our very first talk of the day, the keynote from David, was it from Ontario? He was talking about ground-up initiatives as the spark that creates some things. That was definitely the case with this. I can't remember if we got permission to do various things. We might have. But anyway, so it ties in quite nicely with that idea of a ground-up initiative. We did this at the end of 2013. So this is quite an old project now. But therefore it's also reached a level of maturity in some respects, at least anyway. So I'll talk about that. So this is a very quick overview of what we did. I will say we a lot. I did very little in this. I had the initial idea because I saw a thing. I'll tell you a little bit about it in a sec. And I convinced someone to do it. That was kind of my involvement, apart from providing a bit of advice around the edges. So I'm going to say we. It doesn't really necessarily mean me. I put this in kind of as a joke because this is from a cookbook that we wrote to describe the process, and if you see the small text on the side, it says, a simplified representation of the cycle of production of the textbook. This was done by the academic who was in charge of it. I thought it was quite funny. I'm going to break it down a bit more simply than this, hopefully. But anyway, this is available to you if you would like. I should say, actually, going back to my first slide, again, I've got a short link, bit.ly/hacking-a-textbook. My slides are available for you to access. So if you just write that down quickly, bit.ly/hacking-a-textbook. Okay, so break it down. So I saw this news item. This was actually on the Creative Commons International website about some Finnish mathematicians who just got together in a weekend and wrote an upper secondary maths textbook. Just put themselves in a room, based on the kind of principles of that coders and developers have used for years and years, which is, let's all get together and eat pizza and just write something and see what comes out and refine it and refine it and that sort of thing. So I saw that and I thought, well, why don't we do that with a textbook for us at Otago? And I think I was talking to Dr. Erika Pearson, who is now at Massey University, who was in our media studies department at the time, and she's like, oh yeah, great, that's an awesome idea. And so I finally found the guinea pig to take this idea forward. So, Erika's a media studies lecturer, just a bit revolutionary, very, in that sort of space, likes doing tech stuff as well, so she was the perfect person to try and take this on. We would have probably come up with a better name for the book. This is what we called it in the end, which is a bit dumb, because when you're trying to search for Media Studies 101, you get a lot of other stuff. So anyway, that's lesson one. We should have called it something better. But anyway, the reason why Erika particularly wanted to do this in her discipline was they had a required textbook. It was about $169 or something like that. Students weren't really reading it. It was also very US-centric in the kind of the examples it gave throughout the text to describe the theory that it was talking about and that sort of thing. So that was really the main thing. She wanted to design something that was better in terms of the context in which her students were learning. She also wanted to make it quite modular so that, this bit could be used in this course and this bit could be used in another course and that sort of thing. So it was quite that was one of the key principles for the book. So this is to walk you through kind of the overall process. We started in about the middle of 2013, and we'd finished the book kind of within about 6 months. So it was quite lightning fast, actually, really. So we tried to work out who was interested. So academics, we found some people at Canterbury, at Massey, at AUT, South Australia. We just sort of emailed everybody we could think of, or Erika did, that were working in the right discipline. Who's interested? We got some librarians on board at Otago, ready to help with some of the sort of ideas about the metadata side, getting an ISBN at the end, all that stuff, but also discoverability, sort of skills and that sort of thing were very useful to the project. And I'm the last bit, I guess, talking about, well, what can you find that is licensed in a way that you can reuse it and that sort of thing, and also the licensing of the book. Matt McGregor was the lead at Creative Commons Aotearoa New Zealand at the time, and he got wind of that and he was really interested, and he got us some funding from Creative Commons International to the tune of only about $5,000. But it was really useful support because we got a project manager. This is one of the takeaways. Someone who will email everybody and tell them to be at this meeting at this time, and then gather all the email responses back from people that say, oh, no, I can't do that time, I have to, all that stuff. Organising the tech, just all that organisation stuff, because everyone else had normal jobs and they wouldn't have had time to do it otherwise. I hate that clock, by the way. I keep trying to work out what the time is and how long. It's the most useless rude clock when you're trying to work out by the minute. All I can see is balls. Then we drew up an MOU. I've got links to all the stuff that's on our page. You can find the MOU we drafted up as a sample. What are we agreeing to? What are we going to commit in terms of our time? That sort of stuff. And then the academics that were involved, we got the 5 or 6 curricula that everyone had. We worked out what are the common bits, what are we going to put in our book at the end, and that was part of the agreement for the topics that we're going to get covered. And the tech side, you might have noticed a quote images from the Finnish mathematicians that said, get the text sorted first. It's actually a really good point, as I'll describe a little bit more. Sort of like, what are we going to use to write it and how are we going to collaborate? Because we're all on different parts of Australasia. What meeting technology are we going to use? What platform we're going to use to actually write it? We decided on Google Docs. We had a spreadsheet for tracking these are the topics and who's doing this in this part of the day, and that sort of thing. And Google Docs and Google Sheets for tracking and writing. And then we just did it in a weekend. The basic method was start at, it was like 10 AM or something like that, 2-hour writing sprint where someone took a topic, write it, then swap. Next person reviews what that person had written before. So kind of a kind of peer review was built into the process. And so on and so on, just iteratively improving on chapters, bunging in resources or links or multimedia and stuff like that, as you went along. So we're using Google Docs for that, really to write it. But there was a lot of messing about and talking and meeting by it was actually Hangouts that it used to be called doing the Google meeting thing. Debating what a book is. Because they decided, well, it's not really a book, it's not linear, it's not a textbook at all, it's bits and pieces. Oh, we're curators, we're not authors. There was all that sort of stuff. It was really interesting, actually, and a lot of eating and that sort of thing, and coffee and what have you as well. I guess a really key takeaway is that it was really fun, and they really enjoyed it, and they've had a real sense of achievement that something got done in a short space of time. But then we actually had a kind of a post-hack where we got some postgrads to kind of fill in some blanks and get some more videos and that sort of thing. We did some editing, tidying up. They got, what's the thing you deposit at the National Library and you get an ISBN, like an official thing. We prepared some promotional material to do with it, and then we installed a large red button in Erica's office and we pushed it, and it was released to the internet for people to use. So the end result was this. You can see kind of some of the basic structure there. And so you might have noticed they abandoned Google Docs at about midnight on day one and decided we're going to use WordPress. Because Google Docs it wasn't really a publishing format, it didn't look nice. And they're like, oh, what does everyone know how to use? Quick, let's switch to it. And so they ended up using WordPress. And that's what it's hosted on there, even though it has an ISBN. And then what happened? It got picked up by BC Campus, which is one of the big Canadian platforms for OERs. This was great because they then adapted it into all these other different mobile-friendly formats and PDF and that sort of thing. You could even order a printed version from them, print-on-demand service, that sort of thing. There's different things like this is Merlot.org and other aggregators of OER resources. They all pick it up. So all these places are places people can find it. And then it's only used in a couple of courses at Otago. I just checked, actually it's not used that much by us, but what I've found is it's used a lot. So we have a WordPress site and BC Campus also have it on their platform. This is one annual set of stats for the BC Campus platform. It's accessed over 10,000 times each month, more or less is what this green one is. That's page views. 10,000 times a month. For something we did in a weekend. The unique users is the red one, so you've got over 5,000 unique users a month. It's because I can see, because I can get in the back end of our WordPress site, it's used in a lot of Canadian universities, probably because it's on the BC Campus platform, as well as some US ones. Ryerson seems to have it as a core thing in like September and October, because it's got these big stats spike in September and October. So I said this to Erica when I was just saying I'm going to do this talk, or I asked her if it was okay. And she's like, oh my god, that's instantly the most read thing I've ever written. By a long, long way. So this one here, that's our WordPress site. You can see it's over 100,000 hits in 2017, for example. So that's really amazing, as far as I'm concerned. So I've got some links there. This is where our stuff is. That's the book. This is our hack tag, we call it, which has the MOU and our project plan and everything we could think of that we could stick online for anyone who might be interested in looking at it and reusing it. In terms of lessons, sustainability is one of the keywords of what we're talking about here. it needs updating, who's going to do it? People have all kind of gone off and are doing other things, and they might not want to do it. PBRF, it was deemed not PBRF eligible, even though it's been read by so many more people and used by so many more people, because it wasn't formally peer reviewed in a kind of standard way, even though there were academics, reviewing it, but it wasn't a standard kind of thing. I mean, this was 5 years ago. Those things have become a little bit more flexible now. I don't know what the story would be. It's an interesting question. Anyway, so I think that's enough. That was a very whistle-stop tour. I'm very happy to talk to anyone, of course, further about this. It was just interesting being on this kind of ground-up experience.
Thank you, Richard. We do have time for a couple of questions, if anybody has something they would like to ask Richard. Well covered then.
Thank you, Richard. Did you get any recognition from the University of Otago for having created this wonderful open resource?
No, and like I said, it was deemed not eligible for PBRF, really. There were lots of people involved. Yeah, this group of about 20 people probably in the end. So the list of authors is quite long. But the librarians got credited as authors as well, because they were part of the writing team. Anything else? Questions? No? No, so that's one of the things, I guess, is it probably needs a bit of an update. We had an advisory group, that was kind of one of my roles, and Simon, who was here this morning and talked from our library, was on that as well. And it would be good to have kind of kept some sense of some sort of an editorial board to kind of keep track of the content, says it's still relevant. That would require people in the discipline, obviously. And then kind of having that oversight to help motivate people to then do it again.
You just changed the page on this.
Well, edition 2, yes. Yeah, so I think that's one of the things, because we did it as such an on-the-hoof thing, sustainability in long term was not part of our vision at the time. So I think that's a lesson that people could take away from this. And obviously the tools we used were very much quick, what does everyone know how to use? Which is not the ideal way to talk at thinking about what you guys have been talking about earlier already. But I think you guys are already in that space of thinking about having proper tools that are an agreed platform that everyone's going to use.
I was just going to ask about the student feedback. Did you get any feedback on what they thought?
I couldn't tell you, actually. It's obviously widely used, and the fact that it's used in quite a few universities seems to suggest that it meets the needs of the lecturers at least. And I think, like, if I were to dig into the, because when I can get into the stats on the WordPress side, it's, these couple of chapters are used a lot because they cover this basic part of the sort of syllabus or whatever, and other ones probably don't seem to get used very much at all. So that can feed into, what the next edition is and what gets updated and that sort of thing, I think. Yeah. As for the students, no, I don't know.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, we'll just let our colleagues in from next door. Team that have put this together today. There's been a lot of hard work that's gone into this, so I would just like to acknowledge Ray, Ron Hall, Wayne, Julia, Kath, Simone, Claire, Anna and Sue, our student ambassadors, ELT for the funding, and IT, Colin Armstrong and Don Watts. So it's very much appreciated that everybody has worked very, very hard to pull this together. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Trish.
I'd like to say practical note for tomorrow that if you've got a laptop or something that you find really easy to do some typing on, because both if you're on the H5P workshop, you used to have a laptop, and if you're for a planning sprint, it's useful to have something to type on as well, so please remember to bring this.
Kia ora. So, kia ora. Also, I'd like to pass our thanks to Trish because she has been the leader of the organising committee for today. So, she's done an amazing job, as have her team. So, thanks again for all your efforts, and so far, so fabulous, as I like to say. I'd like also to thank all of you for coming, because without you, we are nothing. So, thank you for your time. Thank you for spending your energy, coming from different parts of the country, giving up time from work to be here, and for being here right to the end of this day, because that's always a tricky one, to be able to block out the day. Just reflecting on the day, I think it's been pretty amazing. We've had some very high level stuff looking at the sort of philosophical aspects of what we do, practical explanations and sharing and practice, some great stuff around the developments and the growth that we've had in our open world, and some good questions and challenges around stuff we can do, the risks of doing it and then not getting recognised for it through the funding system, how we talk to government and how we need to keep pressing on. So a pretty amazing day, and a good end really to go away and reflect, have a nice tea, dinner, supper, snacks, and reflect on what we've learned today and what we might do tomorrow and how we'll link into our own future. While I've been in the sessions today, I decided to do a little linguistic tally of words that kept coming up, and then have just put them into a little, what I like to call an open education haiku. Okay? So this is my gift to all of us. In alphabetical order: access, academics, attribution, credentials, Creative Commons, copyright, equity, equality, education, freedom, flexibility, funding, global good, gains, innovation, inspiration, integrated, learners, learning, learner-centered, open education, resource, universitas, peer, proprietary, participation, recognition, research, relevant, students, savings, social justice, sustainability, Aotearoa. Thank you. And that's not copyrighted, by the way. I'll post that one up for you as a little record. It's one of our written records of today. I wish you all a fantastic evening. I hope you're able to join us again tomorrow. We'd love to see you. And once again, kia ora for everything you have given us today. Have a lovely evening.
It's a very cool project that you did. I think by the looks of it. Yeah, I mean, I know Eric a little bit as well, so yeah, force of nature. Yeah, no, understood. Yeah. I don't know her, but I'm aware of her capabilities. Formidable capabilities. Yeah. I've run into her. Yeah. Just out of interest, I've just recently been, we've been bemoaning the fact that we haven't been able to find a good alternative to Google Docs for a lot of collaborative stuff. Google, whatever, collaborative stuff. We have found it. Right. Just recently. And so my laptop's just about. Where are you coming tomorrow? I'm coming tomorrow. I'll show you tomorrow. My laptop's just almost out of battery. But yeah, it's really impressive. I've got a test. Yeah. But it's still obviously a very proprietary. Yeah. Well,
one thing you don't know, or one thing that Wayne didn't draw attention to, is that whenever he or I are on slides, it's really nice. Kind of. It's actually even easier. Then it can be just markdown. Like your slides literally are just markdown, and there's like a syntax for adding a background image, or basically it's very cool. The other thing is there's actually a very nice front end to it as well. There's a web-based front end. If you don't feel like writing your own code, but you can write your own code as well. I mean, it's just HTML. But I tend to write the HTML. I just use the slides.com is the website. So the guy who wrote the open source framework then built a business around the front end to making it easy to use. But you can use it at no cost for a lot of things. That's the thing. But it's all over. You can stick your stuff on the side. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can do that with the reveal.js as well, and then the other thing is you can version control it as well. And you can, there's a lot of stuff you can do that makes it quite the other thing is it has two-dimensional slides, so you can have linear progression, but you can also go into depth in various places. So if you are going through a presentation and you want to go into more details if you have time, you can branch into it. And it has so it's got a tabletop model for the presentation. And it has all kinds of transitions. It's very, very impressive. This way you can branch it. But so we've been, as collaboration platforms go, we've been using something called Nextcloud integrated with something called OnlyOffice, which provides effectively the equivalent of Google Drive and Google Docs, the whole thing. And you can host your own. You can buy hosting for it if you want, and it's amazing. And you can actually host it in New Zealand. Like I've got instances. I'd be happy if you're interested. In my role in the Open Source Society, which I'm currently president, you can have access to the Nextcloud and OnlyOffice integration that we set up for that. Just have a look at it. And you could use it for projects. I mean, basically we make it available as a resource. The only reason we don't have open registrations on that is because we don't want to get lots of spam. But it's effectively request and we'll give it to you.
I didn't get to go to Europe.
That's right.
But, so, were you talking about the platform that is used for exhibits?
No.
So, use the platform is different.
Yeah. But, I can give you. All right. All right. Awkward. Yeah, we are not using EduBit's platform at all. What's happened is, our platform is quite different, although all of our content is available for anybody to use. But the EduBit's people have refactored our courses they actually maybe do use our platform for delivery of the content. But then for the assessment process and for managing the interaction with the learner, they actually use the thing. I don't know, did you hear that it actually was awarded community learning? It was the excellent course of the year. Globally. It was pretty good. So I had nothing to do with writing it, so that's mostly Wayne actually. Our our course with all the media objects managed, all of the images, all of the sound, all that stuff managed. H5P is all integrated now as well. And you just push a button, and a minute later you get an email saying your course is available. So any clients that we can yeah, I suspect I think they're going to go for the way they're leading at the moment, from what I can understand. But yeah, basically they are unfortunately vulnerable to lobbying. Is what it comes down to. And there's people with a lot of money, there's people with a lot of skin in the game that want to try to leverage what they've already sunk cost into, and the reality is it's not a good solution. Certainly not what we would ever recommend. But if you want, we had a similar scenario with the national government with the software patents issue, and I've actually written a whole website about it, what we did. So software patents, softwarepatents.org.nz, pointed to the whole site, and we were able to get, yes, we prevailed in that. We actually got, believe it or not, we got thanked on the floor of by the now what is crazy MC for their attorneys, who was opposition at the time. Yeah, so the site, I retired the site because it was a pain to maintain it. So it's available through archive. If you go to that domain, it will automatically redirect you to the archive. But yeah, we had about 11 or 1,200 software developers around New Zealand who signed our petition basically to give the indication that actually there's not a lot of appetite. So basically what we tried to do is a multi-pronged approach. We did a bit of lobbying. We did ad hoc lobbying. We weren't an organization or anything. Well, there were a number of organizations that had an interest in the open source society. But then we had this petition as well, which had a lot of people sign on, which were reasonably credible folks. And interestingly, we also had some very backroom double dirty dealing by corporations. And we actually got evidence of it, and we presented that before Parliament. Yeah. And it showed improper action by a couple of ministers. And so there was a certain amount of embarrassment. Seriously, it's really the only way to make it work. To get real change real quick. I don't know, I think you'd be surprised. My experience has been that ministers are only just clean as best they are.
Little stories that come in.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Hey Richard, thanks for your contributions. Great value for the program.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
It's empowering. Yeah. The antidote to learned helplessness.
I mean, I'll be ready to see what comes out of the spring tomorrow.
Credit is as good as money as well. Credit in the sense of getting credit from your institution or from your peers is as good as getting paid in many ways. Because every academic is trying to build their personal brand, right?